Nation, who have inhabited this land from time immemorial. Sorry, the people of the Three Fires, known as Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi, who have inhabited this land from time immemorial. We recognize that these lands are the territories of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash, collectively known as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, the keepers of this land. Georgian Bluffs is located on lands encompassed by treaties 45.5, 67, 72, 82, and 93. We reflect on our role as treaty people and the need to live in respect and peace and show respect to the First Peoples who inhabit these lands and waters. And moving on with the adoption of the agenda, the recommendation is that the agenda be accepted as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Winters, Deputy Mayor Pringle, is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? And declaration of pecuniary interest. Does any member wish to declare a pecuniary interest? Councillor Colburn, sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor, and apologies for not being at the meeting in person tonight. Also, my screen is freezing, and I hope that you can all hear me okay. I neglected to state in open session after our last council meeting on June 3rd that I recused myself from a closed session discussion due to a disqualifying interest related to a family member's place of employment. And I ought to have made that declaration when we came out of closed session and forgot to do so. So this was the first opportunity to do that, and I just wanted that to be on record. I will also declare a conflict of interest if item 9.1.1 from the consent agenda is pulled, as I am a member of that association. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Minutes of previous meetings then. The recommendation is that the minutes contained herein be adopted, and that will be for our council meeting from June 3rd, 2026. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McCollum? Councillor Winters? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And does any member wish to make an announcement? Seeing none, I believe our clerk has an announcement to make this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's my pleasure to introduce Victoria Jarvis, who's sitting right behind me. Victoria joined our team on Monday, June 8th as our records coordinator, supported by the Canada Summer Jobs Grant, as well as our records management operating budget. Victoria brings a diverse set of skills to the township, such as customer service, organization, and file management, as well as communications. Victoria recently graduated from the journalism program at Saratoga College in 2015. She has a desire to pursue a career in public service with particular interest in municipal government. She's already hit the ground running to support the upcoming election and is hard at work to support election communications. She's also working on the continued evolution of our public information library and our cemetery software, working to make information more available to our community. She's a rock star, and we're really grateful to have her on the team, so please join me in welcoming her.
Thank you. Welcome, Victoria, and this may not have been your best meeting to start with.
No worries, thank you, and I want to thank Carly for the introduction as well. Everyone has been awesome so far at the township, and I am really looking forward to my time here.
Thank you. Public hearings. The recommendation is that the council meeting be recessed to hold public hearings for number 1, zoning bylaw amendment application Z07-26, Alexis, and number 2, zoning bylaw amendment application Z05-25, Olivier. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McComb, Deputy Mayor Pringle. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. First item is DEV 2026-057. This meeting has been called to consider zoning bylaw amendment application Z07-26 for lands described as Plan 447, Lot 45, Plan 231, Lot 15, municipally addressed as 293 Bonny Beach Road in the Township of Georgian Bluffs. Madam Clerk, please advise the method by which notice of this public meeting was given.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Notice of this public meeting was given by ordinary mail to all property owners within 120 meters, 400 feet of the subject property, by email to all the prescribed bodies on May 25th, 2026, posted at the subject property and posted on the Township of Georgian Bluffs website. If an agency or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the township before this proposed zoning bylaw is adopted or passed, the agency or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the township to the Ontario Land Tribunal. The agency or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to add the agency or public body as a party.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I will now turn to our planner to proceed with a review of the application.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. The application before us tonight is application Z0726 for Mr. and Mrs. Alexic. Some background on the application is the application first went to the Committee of Adjustment looking for a severance and minor variance to the zoning bylaw were required as part of that severance, and those variants sought relief to the proposed lot frontage and area for both the severed and the retained parcels. During the Committee of Adjustment meeting, the committee determined that the variances were not considered minor, and as such, they were turned down, and the resulting severance was then not heard because the variances were not put forward. The Alexics have now come forward with a zoning bylaw amendment application to revisit the idea of the reduced lot area and lot frontage for both the proposed and severed parcels. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to, as the clerk mentioned, to receive comments from the public regarding the applications, the zoning bylaw amendment application in particular. I should note that, as noted in the staff report, no recommendations are being considered this evening. This evening is only for information gathering purposes and to receive any comments from the public. Just as a little bit more background on the application itself, the proposed frontage for both the severed and retained parcels, because it's a long parcel being cut in half, is 14.6 meters, where the zoning bylaw amendment requires a frontage of 30 meters. And the lot areas for the smallest lot area is 920.8 square meters, whereas the zoning bylaw for the shoreline residential zone requires a lot area of 4,000 square meters. So a bit of reduction there. Once the zoning bylaw amendments are brought forward in a future council meeting, staff will take all the comments we've received thus far, as well as comments received tonight, as well as any agency comments and the results of any studies that may be brought forward as part of this application. Bundle that all in together to a recommendation report for council's consideration at a future council meeting.
Thank you very much. And I understand Peter Young has registered with the clerk to provide comments regarding this application. Is Mr. Young here?
Yes, I am. And I have submitted written documentation to the council.
Okay.
The one thing I would like to point out.
Would you come to the podium, please, and just give your name and such to the clerk? And you have a total of 5 minutes that you can speak.
Peter Young, and I'm at 298 Bonny Beach Road, which is across the street from the property. I'd like the council to know that I was not circulated by mail. The only reason that I knew that this was occurring was a posted sign in front of the property. So I think that's, and also a year ago, I was not circulated by mail. So I'm not sure, there must be some issue with that. My main concern, as I have gone through this, is they talk about a servicing feasibility study for sewage and a septic tank. It's a very small lot. Currently, it's being used as a B&B, Airbnb. So my concern is you have two properties that are occupied on that single lot. It's a duplex, basically, at this point. If the severance goes through, there's not going to be room for, number one, a driveway, number two, an additional septic tank. So on total in that lot, there should be 3 septic tanks. There's also no municipal water. I'm still on a well. Everybody in that section is still on a well. So to grant this, it's way under the minimums. It's extremely small lot. And to me, to sever a lot that's that small that can't be built on in the future really makes no sense. So that was the main points I had. But I am concerned that as neighbors, we were not circulated by mail. So if I hadn't spotted the sign, I wouldn't be here tonight.
Well, thank you for those comments, and we will take that back to staff at a
Thank you.
later time.
Thank you.
And I will now turn to council for any comments on this one. Councillor Winters?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just, my quick review of it as well is, this is a little premature for not having full services in the area. I'm concerned that we're setting a standard where we allow a property to be severed. The retained parcel doesn't have any frontage on an open road. It's used through a right-of-way on an adjacent property. Think about trying to service this piece of property in the future with water or sanitary. How do you get services down that? My guess is that right-of-way is for specific use, in which probably access only, but may not be utilities. The undersize, again, we have to look at the suitability, private wells in there. We don't see any servicing reports here about groundwater nitrate concerns. To me, I think this is premature in it. Basically, the definition of overdevelopment of private services.
Thank you. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thanks, McGurl. Yeah, I'm in agreement with Council Winters there also. That was the first thing that came to mind was at very best, it'd be suited for maybe a tiny home at very best, but you still have to have a septic system for it and supply water to it. So it seems very, very small for what you want to do there. And like say, no access to get to it. As Council Winters mentioned, how do you get water to it down the road, all the rest of it. So at this time, yeah, I don't think we're anywhere near ready for something like that to happen in that little tiny area. It's just too small.
Thank you. Councillor Coburn, I saw your hand up.
Thank you. And at this point, likely what I have to say is redundant, but I do sit on the Committee of Adjustment, and we did turn down the consent application for the very reasons that Mr. Young has stated and the other comments made around the council table. So just to add some backing to those remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so the recommendation from the report is that report DEV 2026-057 public hearing for zoning bylaw amendment application Z07-26 for Lexic be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McComb, Councillor Day, is there any further discussion on this? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I will now call for an adjournment for this hearing. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor Jay. We'll call the vote. All in favor?
Yeah, I was down there, did I not? Get to speak?
Maybe for the next one, not for this one. We have 2 public meetings here, so this, you'll be on for the next one. That's
This is the same as the young one.
This is for Alexa.
This is for what's going on now, election, 293. We're 291. We're the other half of the house.
okay. I did not have your name down here. So your name, sir?
John Kavanagh.
I have you down on the next one. So we will,
Okay.
we need to backtrack somehow. I'm looking at the clerk to how do we do this?
Thank you, Mayor Carlton. Yes, they are listed as registrants under the other public hearing. So I think it would be appropriate at this time for us to hear the delegations if that's the application that they're registered for, so that it can be captured within that public.
Okay. So, I apologize, Mr. Kavanaugh. We have quite a bit going on here tonight, as you'll see. So I would invite you to come up to the podium and,
I was just going to say a word following him, very short.
okay,
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
just, this may seem redundant. I'll just ask you to state your name for the clerk.
Yeah, my name is John Kavanaugh Sr. I am the spouse of Mary Kavanaugh, who is the 50% owner of 291 Balmy Beach Road. My presentation is in opposition to zoning bylaw amendment Z 0726, and also in opposition to the possible severance of 293 Balmy Beach Road. I've shortened this version as much as I can, so I'll be fast. Subject home is 293 Balmy Beach. It is a semi-detached home with 291 Balmy Beach Road being the other half. This twin home was built sometime between 1950 and 1953 by Chuck and Jack Olives. To my knowledge, this is the only semi-attached home in the Balmy Beach Road. Each brother and their spouses occupied the homes. They were allowed to split their lot into 2 equal foot lots frontage. They were allowed to have a shared septic system, a shared driveway, a shared oil furnace, which was in 291, and to have 1 electric box attached to the outside of 293, a bit unusual. Mary Kavanaugh grew up in Owen Sound. Her parents bought this house in 1965, and at that time a right-of-way was given to one of the brothers so that they could get out of their property. So that was registered at that time. After her parents died, the house was inherited by her children, and eventually Mary's family purchased the whole thing. This property has been used since 1988 as a cottage, with an average use of less than 30% occupancy from May to October and about 1 week from November to the end of April. The house at 293 was purchased from Carl Webster about 221. Over the next year, the new owners proceeded to renovate, putting in a second bathroom. We were unaware of this until after the fact. New windows, gas line, underground electrical, dishwasher, laundry machine, and a barrier under the cottage, preventing us from inspecting the joint plumbing. Plumber from Gray Bruce Plumbing on July 2nd, 2025 was called regarding non-flushing toilets, and he informed us of this barrier. We never saw any building permit, and I've always wondered how they could get permission to install a new bathroom when the shared septic system was about 70 years old. The next thing we knew, they announced that they were running an Airbnb, and they had a permit. Again, we had no idea Georgian Bluffs had given them a permit. We were not contacted by Georgian Bluffs. We never received any notices. The septic system was never meant to handle this extra bathroom, flushing toilets, and so on. And they are also running an Airbnb, which is advertised as having 7 or 9 guests all at the same time. At any rate, the septic tank overflowed and was constantly being pumped by the owner in 2025 so he could still run his Airbnb. The septic had failed. On the back of my presentation, I have the two websites just indicating the numbers that these people are advertising for. A sign was posted, like the other gentleman just said, Peter, and that's how we found out about it, because we happened to come up on June the 4th. We saw the sign, and then we got moving. We didn't see the sign last year, and we got no notice last year either. And we're a little bit upset because the owners at 293 never mentioned anything about this severance or any of the other things, even though we were in communication concerning the new septic system in 2025. So we were disappointed in them, to say the least. The proposed property falls short of the present zoning bylaw requirements. This is why we're opposing it. We oppose approval because the site plan provided by the applicant is incorrect, missing important information. First of all, the two homes form a perfect use for shape. In the drawing, they show 293 as being longer than 291. That's incorrect. It's also lacking showing the newly replaced shared septic bed, which cannot be driven on and makes the driving and parking area much smaller. I have a drawing attached at the back. Over many years, we've enjoyed our property because we go through this long driveway with all the trees, and if we happen to be there, the snow, that's going to all be gone. Often the Airbnb has mobile cars moving in and out. Up to 5 cars have been counted and pictures taken in the small space available. The shared driveway right away is 12 feet wide and about 180 feet long in the form of a gentle curve is not large enough for cars to pass for over much of the way. The shared septic bed ends 31 feet out from the house and is part way over this right of way. So vehicles actually don't even have the 12-foot area. We don't want a higher density of cars and people having another potential home in our backyard. In fact, the right of way over our property was never intended for commercial use. It is zoned as shoreline residential. Had we known, we would have strongly opposed to the giving of this permit, but we didn't know until after the fact. We feel that if they want to run a commercial business, they should be forced to build their own driveway on their own property. Instead of severing the property, they should be forced to put a driveway in. I'm sure the Committee of Adjustment did not know the driveway situation or the shared septic system. We weren't there to complain. Liability also should not fall on us for accidents. We should not be held liable, heaven forbid, if an accident was to occur on our property by the paying customers. I'm sure they wouldn't hesitate to sue us and Georgian Bluffs for the situation. We ask that the Airbnb permit be revoked or at least not renewed, as there is no driveway access for business customers. The right of way is, in our feeling, is residential only. The owners at 293 should be forced to make their own driveway. That's another reason for us fighting this application for severance. We also have the feeling this property is not well suited for a home. It's very hilly. They can't possibly build a house without damaging a lot of our property and all the trees in that area. So we object. Also, the noise and mess that's going to come up from any building, they will be trying to use our driveway and they're not supposed to. We've spoken with several people who, some are here and they are opposed to the amendment. We were surprised a lot of them did not get notice. They never got the mail. So in closing, we just hope that you decide that to deny this application for a zoning bylaw amendment. We also hope you pursue the revocation of the Airbnb permit, or at minimum do not renew it. We also hope that you check the building permits against 293 over the last few years to see if permission was granted to add that second bathroom prior to our new septic system. We also hope that all future communications are sent to our address, which is where our taxes go, 114 Sunset Boulevard in Elliston. And thank you very much.
I'm just going to look to the planners, all information that we have already, or would you like a copy of what Mr. Kavanaugh has? Oh, the clerk has a copy of it. Perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay. And
yeah.
And I understand we've got somebody online that wishes to speak as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you
Yeah,
state your
hello.
name and for our record, please?
Yeah, my name is John Kavanaugh Jr. So I'm the son of the man who just spoke.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I am a 25% owner as well, and I just want to state my objections. I also submitted written correspondence. Do you have that? I'm just, it includes diagrams. Okay, I can't
I'm seeing
see.
nods
but,
here. Sorry, I'm seeing nods here that I think we do have this information.
Okay, and yeah, I object for all the reasons that have been given tonight, and primarily for the exact same reasons there. It was turned down last year due to the size of the severed lot there. It's already undersized, so I think it's just too small. And for all the other reasons that my father stated, I also agree. And I am concerned also that that the email addresses get checked with all the owners within 120 meters, because it seems like nobody received written notice. It was only the fact that there was a sign that anyone realized that this was going on. And I think that's all I have to say at this time. Thank you.
And then if I may add, if we have time remaining, I'm his wife, Hillary Harris. So I'm a partial owner as well. Just to summarize, I want to restate everything everyone said about the legalities of the size of the lawn, the frontage, the access, the orphanage of the property. But I want to hit more of the intangibles. I've been going to the cottage for 25 years. That's a gorgeous area. It's not a commercial area. It's an area where people live, and where I know you can't enforce neighborliness, but it's a beautiful, rural, peaceful area where a certain quality of life is expected. And property values are tied to that. 122 Cottage Lane is for sale. It shares a property line. It's been for sale for years. No one is going to buy that place if they're building a lot right over their swimming pool, like honestly. And then even when the construction's done, that property is going to be worth less. Our property value is going to plummet. Everyone's is. So for quality of life, for property values, for the expected lifestyle associated with Georgian Bluffs. Also, I hate to say this because we want to be good neighbors, but we've encountered nothing but, we've encountered nothing. I don't think they've been honest. Like, I don't believe that building permits were done honestly regarding the septic system. I don't believe Airbnb permits were done honestly regarding the septic system. I'm not sure what was submitted last year. But it just, apart from all the facts involved, the reality is it's not in keeping with the Georgian Bluffs and the Balmy Beach that I know. So for everyone in that area's quality of life, property values, and general happiness, the only people who get anything out of this is the Alexics trying to monetize a property that they've never lived in. They're just trying to squeeze every last dollar out of it. 9-person Airbnb and a shared duplex with a 70-year-old septic system with their dirty water coming into our bathtub and us having to pay for half the septic. My in-laws are elderly. They're nice people. They're not used to people from Toronto making war on them, and that's what it feels like. We also hope they can't reapply for another variance for another 5 years, because we don't want to have to do this every year. Like, most of the people involved in this are elderly. It's stressful. Unless something changes, I hope we don't have to redo this. So at any rate, that's all from us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And Mr. Knapp, I understand you have.
I'll be very short. Yeah, I've lived in Georgian Bluffs for 50 years, and friend of John and his wife. But I'm just really surprised that I understand they went through this a year ago, and I wonder if there's a bigger thing needs to be looked at, because if this was turned down last year, I don't understand why we're back here again. When this is, what we're talking about is a change. It's more than a variance. It's like a change in zoning. Anyway, that's my comment. I know everybody's trying to be helpful in that, but boy, I'm glad I'm not John having to go through this. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. And I wonder if I could turn to our planner to explain the difference between last year's application and what's in front of us tonight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm glad to. So last year, let me back up a little bit. Both applications that we have received, the minor variance application and the consent application from last year, and now the zoning amendment application, are all applications under the Ontario Planning Act. And the Planning Act is, I wouldn't call it a permissive act, but it's a process act. So anyone can always apply for an application, whether or not staff or other people at our level agree with that application. They're still open, anybody's still open to apply for an application. The difference between the applications last year and this year is that the two in particular, the minor variance application versus the zoning bylaw amendment application are the two that are kind of in question right now. Last year's minor variance application was a minor variance application is an application that is set out to change to a very small degree an existing lot requirement under the zoning bylaw. And what I mean by that is you'll see in a lot of zoning bylaws, there's a front yard setback of 7.5 meters. So minor variance would come in and reduce that setback to 5 meters, for an example. There's 4 tests to go with minor variance, and those tests are determined to see whether or not that variance aligns with the municipality's official plan and zoning bylaw, and the general intent of the neighborhood, and the character of the homes around it. So those 4 tests are applied to an application, and if the tests don't proceed, the application is turned down. Typically what you would have in a situation like that where a minor variance isn't approved, the next step would be to actually change the zoning on the property. And that's the application before us tonight. That application is requesting a site-specific amendment to the zoning bylaw, the shoreline residential zone, to reduce the lot frontage numbers and the lot area frontage for that particular lot, so it would accommodate a severance. It's similar to a minor variance, and it looks very much like that, but the level of complexity is higher in a zoning amendment than it would be for a minor variance. So that's the difference between the two, and that's why it came back to see if they could go through that part. And if you'll permit me while I have the floor, I've received a couple calls about the mailings not being sent out, and that is concerning. We do try to get, we always try to post a sign on the property and do mailings within everyone within 120 meters of the land that's being applied for. Our planner is on vacation, so I will check with him when he comes back, and what I'll do is I will send out the mailings again. If anyone received the mailing, hopefully it gets through this time, and you can still provide comments. We'll be accepting comments right up to the point where we start to prepare a recommendation report and a couple council meetings from that.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Day.
2 comments, if I may. First, today is a day for us to gather information, so I am definitely doing so. And while I'm not at a point where I'm going to make a firm decision, I'm sure hearing a lot of compelling evidence from people about this zoning application, and I know there's a lot in writing about the next hearing as well. So your comments are not falling on deaf ears, and it sounds like there's much to pay attention to with these properties. I also would just like to pull out the STRA permit concerns for the current property that we're discussing, and to see if there's anything else we need to do or to ensure staff note that concern about the STRA license that came through tonight. I guess through Mayor too. Or if there's something that the resident, Mr. Kavanaugh Senior, needs to do to formalize a concern about the STRA next door.
Thank you, Mayor Carlson, through you. Yeah, with respect to the short-term accommodation license question, unfortunately, our short-term accommodation bylaw doesn't prohibit short-term accommodations in any particular zones. So, when you have a neighborhood and homes are close together, it becomes, sort of a nuisance for neighbors. And there are a lot of things that the licensing process doesn't regulate. So when we look at a short-term accommodation license application, we're looking at number of bedrooms, the number of parking spaces. We also put that application through a review that goes to both planning and bylaw. So we would be looking for, under the building review, for things like septic capacity to be confirmed. Now with this particular license, off the top of my head, I'm not certain what that process did entail last year. I do know that this particular application has been held up, given the septic concern, and our building department is looking into it. The only thing that our short-term accommodation licensing bylaw could alter is that septic capacity, if the septic is shared between two properties, we could be looking at reducing the number of people who can use their short-term accommodation, because that septic capacity under the building code would apply to the duplex as a whole. So one particular side of the duplex would have half the septic capacity, given that it's shared. So that's something that we're presently exploring, but unfortunately, because you live close to a short-term accommodation and it's a nuisance, there's nothing under that bylaw that we can refuse a license, but we can certainly look at altering or minimizing, the number of people who can use that short-term accommodation and are putting pressure on a shared septic. So it is a really tricky one, because we are seeing in the program's infancy, we are seeing a lot of different scenarios that were not contemplated by the licensing bylaw. And so some of these shared septic ones are sort of a first that I do know that our chief building official is looking into and is keeping us updated on. So at the outset, I can provide those comments because I've just been briefly brought up to speed on the application, but it's certainly something that can be addressed in the planning report when it comes back as a recommendation.
Thank you. I will look to the rest of council for any further comments.
Just want to thank Mr. Young, the Kavanaughs, all together, and for your context. I think it's all important. I think that's why we have the Committee of Adjustments, and I think that's why we have this avenue as well. Collect information and come up with what seems fair. So, in this case, no comment on what seems fair at the moment, but definitely all this context is really appreciated, and people's opinions as well. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Coburn, I saw your hand up.
Thank you. And I hope I'm not overstepping here. I did want to ask the question that Councillor Day already asked about septic systems and approvals for STA licensing. And I just wanted to make perhaps a cheeky comment that the next time council deliberates the need for a short-term rental program and licensing, I hope we can remember the faces in chambers tonight. And I hope we can remember their voices and their concerns. This is not the first time we've heard this, and yet it continues to be a debate at council. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments from everyone. And I would also thank you, the members of the public who have spoke tonight. No, only one. And it's nice to have that added history for our information. So we have been out of order and already called the vote saying we're receiving it for information. So next steps will occur as we move forward. So thank you, everyone. So.
Can I ask one quick question? After your review, will we be notified, the people that have submitted?
I will turn to her planner again with that.
Thank you through you, Mayor Colton. Once we have a recommendation report prepared, it's not normal practice, but seeing the public interest in this, I think we could do a quick notification that the report's forthcoming, so that everyone has a chance to be in attendance or at least review the report.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I think I'm back to calling an adjournment for this hearing. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor Day. All in favor? That is carried. So this public hearing is now adjourned. Moving on to the next one. This meeting has been called to consider zoning bylaw amendment application Z05-26 for lands known as part lots 9 and 10, Georgian Range, Geographic Township of Keppel, municipally addressed as 505153 Gray Road 1 in the Township of Georgian Bluffs. Madam Clerk, please advise the method by which notice of this public meeting was given.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Notice of this public meeting was given by ordinary mail to all property owners within 120 meters, 400 feet of the subject property, by email to all prescribed bodies on May 14th, 2026, posted at the subject property and posted on the township website. If an agency or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the township before the proposed zoning bylaw is adopted or passed, the agency or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Township of Georgian Bluffs to the Ontario Land Tribunal. The agency or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal for the tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to add the agency or public body as a party.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I will now turn to the planner to proceed with your review of the application.
Thank you, Mayor Carlton. I just have to note from a technical perspective, my computer isn't working, so I'm using our treasurer's computer. Thank you very much for that. Moving on. This application, which is Z05, was originally proposed as Z0525 under Olivia for Georgian Escapes. This application had previously been submitted last year and circulated in advance of a public hearing scheduled for last April 29, 2025, not 2026. At that time, the proposal was seeking approval for 7-unit cottage park, and are rezoning to accommodate that development, and then also to permit the creation of a slightly undersized residential lot for the cottage that's there now, or the home that's there. That application was pulled back before the public meeting, and the application was then taken back and revised. The latest application that we're now looking at is for a reduced number of cottages. They've reduced it from 7 cottage units to 5. And they've also did some additional work on proposed septic systems. The application itself is looking for a site-specific commercial zone, a C3 zone, that will permit the proposal as applied for. It's looking to reduce the lot area from 4,000 square meter, as required under the zoning bylaw, to about 3,500 square meters, a little bit more than that. And they will have other site-specific provisions that will address the use of the buildings and structures that are proposed. The purpose of tonight's meeting, as I noted earlier, is to collect information. I should note that we have already received a lot of public comments on this, and certainly appreciate all the comments that are coming in, and continue to receive comments. I received one just before my computer died. So certainly appreciate that. We will be bringing a staff report back to a future council meeting for council's consideration. I should also note that the applicant and their consulting planner are here this evening.
Thank you. So I have 2 names who have registered with the clerk to provide comments regarding this application. I'll start with Clark and Ann Schneider.
I'm Clark. Good evening, Mayor Carlton, Deputy Mayor Pringle, and all attending councillors. I wish to speak about the proposal before you to rezone 0.615 hectares from shoreline residential to tourism commercial. Zoning bylaws are critical in ensuring predictability, uniformity in development, fairness to established residents, and avoiding the juxtaposition of incompatible land uses. Georgian Bluffs official plan states that, quote, if a proposed change doesn't conform exactly to the zoning bylaw, but follows its general intent, you can apply for a minor variance. End of quote. The question here is Is a total of 8 variances for a small 0.615 hectare property a minor variance? I believe that this proposal clearly does not follow the general intent of the criteria for commercial tourism zoning designation. It is an attempt to squeeze a square peg into a round hole by shaving off many of the established zoning bylaws. I will highlight 3 of the bylaw conflicts. Number 1, the zoning bylaw requires a minimum area for a commercial tourism zone as 10 hectares. The proposal is for a lot of 0.615 hectares, or 1/16 of the minimum. Number 2, Section 5, general provisions of the bylaws that apply to all properties in all zones states that, quote, lots between 0.4 and 0.8 hectares, which is what this proposal is for, can have a maximum of 1 sleeping cabin. This proposal is requesting 5. Number 3, bylaw 5.1.5 lists that a maximum floor area of a sleeping cabin is to not exceed 28 square meters. This proposal is requesting a floor area of 57.76 square meters. In summary, the proposal is asking to proceed with 1/16 of the minimum bylaw area to put on 5 times the sleeping cabins allowed, all of which are more than twice the size that is allowed in the bylaw. To compound this, they're seeking variances to allow kitchens in each cabin and for the municipality to ignore the bylaws regarding minimum front yard, minimum rear yard, minimum side yard, and minimum setback from the center line of County Road 1. I ask you, is this set of requests a minor variance? Clearly it's not. And I think it completely distorts, and I'll quote again, the general intent of this criteria. However, I will also quote from the proposal. It states that, quote, the minimum lot area provision of 10 hectares seems unnecessary, as it would serve no purpose. The size of the subject property is appropriate to accommodate the 5 dwellings, end of quote. Serves no purpose. I believe this bylaw has a very specific purpose. That is, to avoid excessive crowding and activity in a tourism site so that the site, the sites and surrounding environment, and the neighbors are not adversely affected. Let's go to the Grey County official plan. It's designated this area in part for resource-based recreational uses when the, quote, prime reason for location by their very nature requires certain natural attributes for their location, including the availability of large lots or land area, close quote. Remember that all of this is being proposed in a shoreline zone that is one of the most prized zones in our municipality and also one of its most environmentally sensitive areas. Georgian Bluffs needs development, but it must not occur willy-nilly with such disregard for the zoning bylaws in place. Uniformity, predictability, and compatibility are key features of a well-planned municipality. Council members are aware of the headaches for the owner, the adjoining and nearby residents, the township staff, and the council itself when there is a conflict with a tourism facility active within an established shoreline residential area. I don't think you want more of that. If it is approved, one wonders what message this gives to all the residents of Georgian Bluffs who depend upon the bylaws to ensure the predictability of development around them. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next, I have Keith David.
Davidson?
Quite likely, Keith. I will Keith David. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship.
You're welcome.
And wave the flag for you. My name is Keith Davidson. I live at on the Kimball Shore, a proud member of our community. And I'm a fourth generation Davidson in Kimball, third generation on the property that I live in. I'm going to wave this flag. This is just a little sidebar, okay? I'm waving it for the Road of Champions. We live on the Road of Champions, just for your information. Ann Millen, several times Canadian champion, Highland dancer, and several times world champion. Lindsay Beckett, Canadian champion fiddler, 2024. Her brother Tyler Beckett, Canadian champion, 2025. Alan Smatoyo, Big Bay, the internationally known Canadian landscape painter. And my old friend Harold Callant, he's deceased just down the road. He passed away a few years ago, but he was the only Order of Canada recipient on our road. So I wave for them, and I wave the flag for our community. Now, Your Worship, this is something unusual. You've probably never heard of somebody calling in their dibs. I'm calling in my dibs tonight. I'm a little embarrassed about it, but I've only got 5 minutes and I better get at it. So I've done a lot of volunteering as a recreation activist for 29 years in Georgian Bluffs. I'm glad to do it, try to make a difference. I piped down the sun at the dock at Big Bay for 22 years, and I've promoted after every performance things going on in our community. I had the vision for the Kimball Women's Institute Lookout, took it to the Women's Institute, brought it to council. They gave us $10,000, but it cost $80,000. We raised that. The sculptor was Marnie Shane, and the landscape architect was my son Dick, and he did everything for gratis, just for his dad. And the Lookout was voted one of the top 3 wonders in Grey Bruce, in the contest held by the University of Women in Owen Sound. Centennial Park, I've removed 80 scrub trees around the flagpole, the metal flagpole, the best flagpole in Grey County. And the president, I had permission from Bill Kleinberg. The president of Allenby Drive, my old friend Bill Wilson, when he got rid of the trees, he didn't know that there was a flagpole there. So the township, not this council, the township over the years had let that Centennial Park, built in 1967, they let it go derelict. And we brought it back. Ron McKenzie, the Lions, and a lot of volunteers, we brought it back to what it is today. And my neighbors, we put a bench down on the shore in memory of John Aiken, a well-known, beloved resident of our community. He did so many social things in our community, in Ware, Owen Sound, and in Georgian Bluffs. And Lois Aiken and I, we put flowers there every year. And I'll better stop there. Okay, so I worry about the variances on this proposal, because I've seen it, like the houses that I only got 5 minutes. I won't go into it. What's gone on down?
2 now.
2 minutes? We got 2 minutes?
You got 2.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to finish up. I won't go into the variances that seem to get rubber stamped on houses on the shore. Okay, I have some questions for you. I would question, how does this proposal improve the quality of life in our area? And what happens when someone wants to put a trailer park in this area? If you go ahead with a tourist camp park. I think anytime you put a lot of different families in a small area, conflicts are going to happen. The nearest police is a long way from this area. Something very bad could happen. And the question is, has the OPP submitted a report? And I have never heard anyone say they would welcome a tourist camp to be their neighbor. That's given me mental anguish. So I pose that question. I have never heard anyone say they would welcome a tourist camp to be their neighbor. And I would ask by a show of hands, which of the councillors would be okay with them being beside their, with this tourist camp beside their property? Seeing none, I rest my case. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Steve. I will now turn to council. Does council have any questions regarding the proposed application? I'm getting to you at some point, I think, Ron.
Okay, good, thank you. I was afraid I was going to be missed.
No, we wouldn't miss you. You're not on my script, actually, but we'll let you speak. I'll go to council first, unless council would prefer we listen to Ron. Right.
Thanks, Mayor Carlton. Yeah, I just to hear what Ron's comments are first before I make my comments. So.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. What if I do this just so I don't have my good side to people? So my name is Ron Davidson. I'm a planning consultant, and I filed the application for rezoning on behalf of Georgian Escapes, Inc. There are 4 owners, and they're here tonight. One of them, my main contact with them is Lawrence Olivier. And Lawrence, you want to stick your hand up, Lawrence? Lawrence is a home builder. And what he's proposing to do is to construct 5 cottage dwellings on this property. He would consider them to be higher-end cottages. They would each have 2 bedrooms, and there would be a maximum of 4 people allowed in each. Look, there's a house on the property now. Lawrence and his family will be living on the site during the summer months when the house, within that house on the property. The cottages themselves will be erected on what's known as screw pile piers, and they'll cantilever over the top of the embankment slope. And if there's any questions about any of this, the engineering aspect of it, Rakesh Sharma from GSS Engineering is also in attendance with us tonight here, and he can answer that. In terms of the water supply, there will be a new shore well, and then the water will be treated on site. Sanitary sewage will be treated on site as well. There's some previous discussions about a holding tank, but that's no longer the case. Well, I just made a note here. There's no minor variance application, so that's not sure where that came from, but there's no minor variance. And there's certainly not a trailer campground being proposed. So going back a few years ago, there was pre-consultation meetings held right in this room with staff from the township, from the county, from Grey Sauble Conservation Authority. We also dealt with Saugeen Ojibwe Nation at that time as well. They told us that there are a number of studies that needed to be completed. Rakesh's office, being an engineer, prepared a servicing report to address water supply and sewage disposal, stormwater management, and vehicular access. Another engineering office, they were farmed out to them, GEI, used to be known as GM Blue Plan in town. They conducted a slope review to address potential slope hazards as per the requirement of the Conservation Authority. So the Conservation Authority has looked at that, and they indicate that a slope assessment was completed by GEI. And the Conservation Authority is generally satisfied with the findings of the slope assessments. They have no concerns with the proposed rezoning. They did indicate, though, that this is within a regulated area, so a permit will be required from the Conservation Authority before any site alteration takes place. With regard to archaeology, there is an archaeologist walked the site and did intensive on what they call a stage 2 investigation. There were no artifacts that were found on the site. And this was done in consultation with Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. An environmental impact study was done by Aquatic and Wildlife Services to address the potential impact of the development on any natural heritage features that may exist in the area. And the ecologist concluded that as long as the disturbed area it does not exceed 0.4 hectares in size, that any of the natural heritage features in the area will be protected. He also indicated that no tree clearing should occur between May 1st and July 30th. The county ecologist has reviewed the environmental impact study and has advised that the township the report is acceptable. The recommendations of that environmental impact study will be implemented through a site plan agreement, and the county ecologist will be part of that. With regard to access, county transportation has recently advised that the entrance proposed at the north end of the property is not acceptable, and therefore we'll have to redesign the site plan so that the entrance is further south. and that will be on the next version of the site plan. When considering an application for a zoning bylaw amendment, be it Township Council or the Ontario Land Tribunal, the approval authority must be satisfied that it conforms with the official plan and is consistent with the provincial planning statement. Michael will likely get into this in his next planning report when he prepares one for council's consideration. The lands are designated inland lakes and shoreline, and permitted uses in this designation do include low-density residential dwellings, bed and breakfast establishments, home occupations, and as you heard, a resource-based recreational use. And that would include a cottage resort like this. So bottom line is the official plan would entertain a zoning bylaw amendment. The official plan also has policies regarding servicing, stormwater management, natural heritage, and it's my opinion we check off all those boxes. There's also a provincial planning statement that you have to have regard for. It promotes tourism, recreation, employment opportunities. It protects the natural heritage and archaeology. And again, it's you'll likely hear through your planner that it does conform with the provincial planning statement. That's my position anyways. I'm just about done here. So we realize that this proposal has upset a lot of neighbors. I think maybe what the neighbor's idea of what Lawrence is proposing is a lot different than what he himself or the owners have in mind. So he has reduced the number of cottages from 7 to 5 when he found out that the proposal was causing concerns. And then what that does is obviously not only reduces the number of cottages, but it also moves a couple of the dwellings further away from Mr. Davidson's property. I spoke with him last year and he was concerned about the proximity of these cottages. Also, the type of cottage that's being constructed, they will be higher end. They will be more expensive to rent. There'll be no more than 4 people allowed in a cottage. The owners feel that it's going to be quiet and it's not going to be party central, contrary to what the neighbors are likely thinking. And his family will be living on site to make sure of that. Lastly, there was some comments about traffic that were made, and I read all the correspondence. The traffic count for 4 cottages is very minor, likely on average 1 car per cottage per day. And probably on some of those days, the residents won't be leaving at all. So the traffic shouldn't be concerned. And like I said, the entrance, which we've shown on the site plan, it will be relocated. And the county will have to make sure that they're satisfied with that entrance location. Madam Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. I will now turn to council for any questions. Councilor Wynn.
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor. I mean, some of them, I look at this, I'm all for development, but this again, my statement on the last zoning bylaw amendment where I think we've overdeveloped. This to me is a classic. Septic system, the report is pretty preliminary at this point in time about the septic. But one of the things that concerns me as part of the building codes is you can't locate a septic system in an area that has a slope greater than 25%, 1 horizontal for every 1 vertical. This is a 50% slope is where this is proposed. I look at the retaining wall. I was down there on Sunday. I went for a drive after the rains on Saturday night. You could see the groundwater migrating through the banks. So that put up the alarms in my mind that we've got some issues with septic, some groundwater, some retaining wall. I think there's more engineering that has to be done on that, but I think this, in my mind, really represents overdevelopment on a small piece of property.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Mark Earl. For myself, it really comes down to taking our residential location, which Prairie Road 1's been for most of its life there, and condensing it to make it a commercial property. I'm not against development in our township. We need development to grow as a township and all the rest of it. Down from 7 to 5 was good. I don't think it's good enough yet. I just think it's too dense for that septic system, and to go with 50% slope there too. I hear every concern of everybody that lives up there, and again, I'm not against development. I just don't think 5's the right number either. I'm not sure what the right number would be, but I don't think it's definitely not 5. So it's just, I would like to see us get all the right answers, I guess, before we move forward.
Thank you. Councillor Coburn.
Thank you. And just further to those comments, yes, we are to assess whether the proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement. Yes, we are to determine if it conforms to our official plan, but we are also tasked as a council to determine if it's compatible with the neighborhood, with the neighboring land uses. And that is all part of what we need to take into consideration as well. It's not just about whether it meets the intent of the official plan. Just a reminder. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McComb.
I appreciate those comments from Councillor Coburn, because that's exactly what I was thinking. I too went for a drive. It was a beautiful night on Monday night, went out to take a look. It seems that it would be very inconsistent with what I saw there, which was a what looks like a very long-term, community. I saw some gardening signs, and it looks like just a small community of neighbors sort of enjoying each other's company. And to place something on this incredible ravine in the middle of all of that seems a little inconsistent. So I too was not elected, but rather appointed to represent everybody. And so I have some misgivings about this for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Day.
Sure, I am aware that this is a hearing and there's more information to come. And I've already had lots to read, and I appreciate the many comments that have come in from the community raising reasonable and important concerns about the development. I'm also, I live in I did not make Keith's list of the heroes on Grey Road 1. I will forgive him. And my neighborhood is quite diverse, but it is quite an enjoyable neighborhood to live in, regardless of the diverse uses of property and sizes of houses in that community. So diversity can exist in a peaceable way. But I look forward to learning more as time goes on, and definitely there are very good comments in here that will need to be addressed through our staff report that comes back later on.
Thank you. I have some questions, I suppose, as well. And a comment. One of the things that disturbed me reading through all of this is we've got reports that were presented years ago and are still being used now. We're being asked to think about something that we've got a report in front of us says there's 2 entrances, but it's not going to have 2, it's going to have 1. And we're not really dealing with the actual what it would be. So that was a concern of mine. The other thing is, if this is going to be a commercial establishment, would it be eligible for regular waste pickup? Or would there need to be a different provision? Because under the new system, commercial establishments don't get recycling, and I'm not sure about waste. So I think that's something that needs to be identified. One of the reports identified slope stability based on current conditions with the trees. That doesn't say what it's going to be without those trees. And I can remember, I've been around long enough to remember when Owen Sound had an issue with people who cut a bunch of trees down off their slope, and it started to move because those trees were what were holding it in place. Also, one of the reports made a comment about area to the south for further units, as if this isn't the only plan for that property. So as I say again, I'm reading things and reading all of this and not sure if it's applicable to what's in front of us, or if it was just a thought, or where we're going to go. So I think everything really needs to be better defined. I think one of the comments earlier was it does refer to the 2004 provincial policy statement, not the 2024. There is the trail shown there on page 32 of John Morton's report, and there's really nothing further said about that as the historical value of it. And county comments also had recommendation that there would be a drainage plan required, and I didn't see anything of that in there. So I think that's all of my comments based on what I read. So if there's no other comments from council, I will read the recommendation. And that is that report DEV 2026-059, public hearing for zoning bylaw amendment application Z05-25 for Olivier be received for information. I'd have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Winters and Councillor McCollum. If there's no further discussion, I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. I will now call for an adjournment for this hearing. I'd have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Coburn and Deputy Mayor Pringle. Call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. This public hearing is now adjourned. Yeah, we'll take a minute here and let everyone clear chambers. Okay, we're going to take 5.
Georgian Bluff has a lot of activities to do. It's really nature driven, and it's like the community is very nice, very friendly. And a lot of the locals come here every single day and they think of it as their therapy.
We're the Farouk family. We started farm on the lake, and the community, everybody around it, the support structure, the township has actually made us to who we are today. And now that we have this set up, this whole operation is well received by the community. People drive down from far, far away to do camping, glamping with us.
A lot of people come from far away to see the goats, and they're really amazed. Sometimes we feed the babies in front of them.
When we think about Georgian Bluffs, it's really the Reiki forest bathing that comes to my mind. I'm a Reiki master teacher, and we were looking to bring our people for a retreat, and this property just popped up, and we realized that behind it's a beautiful forest. Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing.
If you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water, if you're into water sports or sailing. And of course, pickleball is growing fast, and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do.
What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists.
The trails and so many great things to do, and lots of business opportunity here, and tourism as well to support our business.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Another thing too that I noticed from living through here is all the small communities throughout Georgian Bluffs. They're very unique, and they might be very small, but we're very big with heart. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
The Township of Georgian Bluffs as a municipality is proud to serve its residents, whether it be looking after infrastructure, looking after our roads, grading our gravel roads, looking after our parks, our trails, our community centres, our ice arena, or providing the services that residents rely on every single day when they come to our township offices. I'm proud to lead a team which is here serving the residents of Georgian Bluffs every single day.
What we'd like to see Georgian Bluffs going forward is really, more people coming to experience this beautiful energy, this relaxed energy. Because over here in Georgian Bluffs, I can hear the wind, I can hear the trees talking. It's just amazing, really relaxing.
Welcoming more people, yet with the same foundation and principles of community, of respect, and of morals.
It would be great for Georgian Bluffs to continue to support, nature and the beauty that we have here, and to keep our area clean and beautiful.
I hope to see more local businesses, more sustainable living, and more families just moving up here and living and prospering off their land and their property.
For me and my family, Georgian Bluffs means being close to nature. Having the escarpment to hike and the water of Georgian Bay at our doorstep is something that draws us to being part of this community. The family-friendly neighborhoods, the fact I can connect with my neighbors and see them on the street and say hello, and I know the people I'm seeing each day, is something which for me is something I treasure and my family treasures about being in Georgian Bluffs.
Go back. Okay, before we get started again, Councillor Coburn, are you back online with us? Maybe no. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to ask for a motion here to move forward item 11.2.1 so that we can have that discussion and allow Mr. Wellwood to get on his way. So if I could have a mover and a seconder for that, Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor McComb, all in favor? That is carried. Okay, so the recommendation, it is recommended that council receive this recommendation report on the proposed new official plan for information. Number 2, that council adopt the new official plan as attached to the staff report. And 3, that council direct staff to prepare the necessary bylaw for presentation at a future meeting of council to facilitate the formal adoption of the township's new official plan. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Winters? Councillor Day? Is there, I will turn to our Director of Development and Infrastructure, Mr. Benner.
Thank you, Mayor Carlton. I just a bit of a brief background, and then I'll let David take over. So the township's new official plan was previously adopted by council last year in July of 2025 as an update to the existing official plan. There's been some changes to provincial policy on how official plan updates are handled, and through those changes, it was determined that the best approach to move forward is to essentially readopt the official plan update as a standalone official plan. We had a public meeting to that regard on May 6th, 2026, and following that public meeting, additional and your receipt of your comments. Thank you very much for those. We made some further refinements to the now new official plan, and we're bringing that new official plan back to council this evening for your consideration for adoption. Should council decide to adopt the official plan, we'll bring back a formal bylaw at the next council meeting for formal adoption, I guess. And then after that, we'll move on, send the whole package up to the county for their final approval. And with that, I'll introduce David to walk us through the official plan.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Wellwood. You can move this.
Where would you like me? There we go. All right. Well, I won't take much longer. I think Michael did a good job of kind of summing up where things are, but I just wanted to just thank, on behalf of Jael Richards, thank you so much for the confidence that you've put in us over the past few years, whether it's working on the official plan, community improvement plan, or helping out staff when things get busy with planning advisory services. We really love working for Georgian Bluffs. I grew up in this kind of neck of the woods, so I usually take the opportunity to do some visiting when I'm here. Tonight's no exception. Yeah, it's really great I'm really excited to finally be here in person to see council. I have been to visit Michael before, but haven't had the pleasure of being in front of you in person. So it's just a genuine pleasure to have the trust that you have in us. So I don't want to repeat what Michael said too much, but yes, picking up from May. So we have made a few extra revisions. You'll recall that further to Bill 17 last year, as Michael said, we have decided the best way forward is to adopt a brand new official plan. It's kind of funny. Most of the changes to the Planning Act in the last 2 years are trying to reduce red tape and get housing built. But sometimes there's unanticipated consequences of those changes actually causing more red tape. So the least red tape way of moving forward is to adopt this as a brand new official plan. Otherwise, we have to go to the minister and get their pre-approval for the list of complete application requirements. On that, your clerk probably received an email from your regional director at the Ministry of Municipal Affairs in the last couple of months, making some recommendations to the list of complete application requirements in your official plan. So that's really the main change, the most recent change, is just aligning those lists of complete application requirements with the kind of standardized list that the provinces put out an ERO posting. So if you do a Google search for proposed standardized list of complete application requirements, that ERO posting should pop up and you can see what those are, and they're mirrored in your official plan. We've also made some small adjustments just to address the comments that we received from council at the May 6th meeting. And that's really about it in terms of what I have to say today. I'll turn it over to you if there's any questions you have about the report or the official plan that's in front of you. Happy to try my best to answer those. As Michael mentioned, the next step is the preparation of a bylaw. It's actually already been prepared, and you'll see that in your agenda as a bylaw at a future meeting. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here in person this evening. I will turn to council for any comments. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Mark Earl. Yeah, thanks, David, for the work and J.L. Richards put into doing this for us. And I don't have any real other comments except to say thank you. And, you know, you did tweak a lot of things in there. And we all know this is going to be as good as today is what we're going to get tomorrow. So we're only one bill away from something changing again. But again, great job. I appreciate the work that you've done for us. And thanks again.
Thanks.
Councillor Day.
Thank you for all your work on this project and for your presence here tonight. I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit to the BESS or BESS or battery energy storage systems section that's been added. Are those, it's a long agenda. So those 997 pages plus the closed session did not really allow me to compare this to other townships.
Right.
Official plans to see if this is like a tested plan, so to speak, or one that is such a new field if it's still.
It's a very new field, and there was a really good, in terms of BESS, there was a really good presentation about BESS planning approach at the last Canadian planning conference that the municipality of Lakeshore gave. So that kind of got us thinking and planning about, I think Michael and Liz at the county had a conversation when we said BESS is really becoming an issue of interest in Georgian Bluffs. Maybe we should also have some policy approach to deal with those things. We're lucky enough at JLR to have an environmental planner who is really knowledgeable about some of these climate change type of industries, BESS in general. And he's has a background in conservation authorities and has watched the city of Ottawa develop their approach. They were kind of the forerunner. And he had some lessons learned. So recommending, basically, we don't recommend that Georgian Bluffs follow that exact approach. So that's really working back and forth to develop that policy with my colleague Jamie Batchelor is how we came up with those policies that are in the plan. And then we went back and forth with county and township staff just to make sure we were kind of addressing the local context as best as we can. So it is a new policy area and there's not a lot of precedent. So yeah, hopefully we don't have to make any tweaks to it in the future, but that's why plans get revised every few years just to make sure things are still working. And so, yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none then, I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Okay, so we are going back to public participation. Presentation. So any person who wishes to make a presentation to council must register with the clerk at least 10 days in advance of the scheduled meeting. To register, you can complete the online delegation form at www.georgianbluffs.ca/delegations or call the clerk's office at 519-376-2729 extension 601. We have no presentations this evening, no delegations on agenda items, and no public inquiries. Moving on to the consent agenda. Does any member wish to pull items from the consent agenda? Councillor Day.
9.1.2.
9.1.2, okay.
9.5?
Okay. Anything else? I also had 9.2.2, 9.2.3, and 9.2.4. So the motion is that, I don't actually have that motion in front of me.
Consent agenda be approved.
Mine is, yeah, that's what I was looking for. So the motion being that the consent agenda be approved less items 9.1.2, 9.2.2, 9.2.3, 9.2.4, and 9.5. We have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor McComb, Councillor Day. I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. So 9.1.2, we'll turn to Councillor Day.
Thank you. This is about the 164th Emancipation Festival in our neighboring municipality of Owen Sound, and an invitation to have our mayor speak at the event. And I think if we have the opportunity to be involved and lend support to be an ally to the Emancipation Festival, then that would be a good use of our time and energy. So I figured the letter is to you, and I didn't know if it needed to be pulled to be accepted, but I figured I would pull it just to provide that opportunity with that required.
Thank you. And normally, I, in the past, have gone to the Saturday. This is the first time I've been invited to the Friday evening as well, so I had planned on participating and going to that. So do we need a motion? I'm looking at the clerk. Do we need a motion, do anything more than receive it?
Just a motion to receive for information.
Okay, so motion on the floor to receive for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor McComb, Councillor Winters, all in favor? That is carried. 9.2.2 is the municipality of Wawa, and it's about a request for provincial school board governance consultation process to do with.
I just wonder if I should declare some
because
pecuniary
you-
interest, because in a very broad sense, Board of Trustees is, for a school board, is technically my other employer.
Understood. Okay. I guess my question here, and I'll look to Councillor Coburn on this one, is this an item that we could ask the Community Schools Alliance to be considering the impact of trustees being removed or replaced as something that's of concern at that committee level that could be looked into? Do you have a response? And sorry to put you on the spot, Councillor Coburn.
No, that's okay. It's certainly on our radar, and we have spoken to this at a few meetings. If council is looking for us to do something concrete, then I would definitely take that back to the Alliance. But the mandate of the Community Schools Alliance is to keep open rural and community schools. So it's a fairly specific mandate, and maybe this would impact that if trustees were taken away and we lost that local input. So I would certainly be happy to take that forward to the next CSA meeting.
Okay, I think that would be of value. I think losing our local trustees and our local voice on school boards is an important thing for us to consider. So if we could proceed with doing that, I'm going to look to the clerk again. How do we word that? Do we show support for Municipality of Wawa and ask Councillor Coburn to take it to the Community Schools Alliance?
Thank you, Mayor Carlton. Through you, yes, it would be entirely appropriate for the township to express support for this letter if they felt it was appropriate. In addition to that, Councillor Coburn, as the appointed member, could bring the matter forward as has been discussed. For the context of direction to be formulated, it would be that staff be directed to share a letter of support for the item, and noted in the minutes that Councillor Coburn will be bringing that update forward to the Community Schools Alliance.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Coburn.
So just so I'm aware, am I waiting for our official resolution to be drafted by staff and approved by council and then take it to the Alliance?
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Carlton, through you. Council, unless there's a different direction to take at this point, is just directing that a letter of support be drafted and not necessarily drafting your own motion. But if you'd like to do it that way and craft your own motion of support, that's certainly an avenue as well. But our common protocol in the past to simplify things has been to express support unless there's something in the motion that council would alter. So I think if it's acceptable, we'll continue the same process with issuing the letter of support. There is a resolution letter that sort of goes along with that, that says, you know, at their meeting on X date, council expressed support for, and then we attach the original motion. So that if that's something that Councillor Coburn would like us to share with her to take back to the committee, we can certainly do that.
Okay. Councillor Coburn, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And through you to our clerk. Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that we draft our own resolution. I probably didn't word that very well, so apologies. But once the wording of support of this particular resolution has been crafted for our council, then I will take that documentation back to the Community Schools Alliance. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, that sounds great, and thank you for doing that. So we will need a mover and a seconder to go ahead with that. Councillor McComb, Councillor Winters, all in favor? That is carried, thank you. Next item is 9.2.3, again, Municipality of Wawa. And this one's opposing proposed changes to the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And I would like to put support behind that one because I don't think anyone at any level of the government should be able to take themselves out of having to be accountable to their constituents. So I would just like to propose that we support that one as well. And if others are Deputy Mayor Pringle and Councillor Day. Is there any further discussion on that item? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And same as the next item, Town of Plympton, Wyoming, Sustainable Provincial Grant Funding for Fire Services in Ontario. I'd like to show support for that resolution as well. If everyone else agrees with me, I would ask for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Winters and Councillor Day. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And then we go on to 9.5, Councillor Winters.
Thank you. Just a couple of, the first one was actually the title of 9.5 that I always look for the water system report. And when I see facilities performance reports, I wonder what our buildings were doing. But I think just in clarity, I would like to recommend that we use the word water system performance report in the future. When you dive into the reports, I'm quite concerned about the flows that are showing up in the Oxenden water system. They indicate to me that there's a substantial leak in the system. And the way that that system works is that every bit of water that flows through the valve chamber at the boundary between South Bruce Peninsula and Georgian Bluffs is paid for to the town. So it shows that we've got a leak going through that, we've got increased usage, but we're not getting billing back for that because obviously there's a leak between there and the water meters that Georgian Bluffs has. And it's a small system, and I know we've had issues in the past with rates, but the longer we let this go on, I think that it puts the water system at risk. We're gonna have to find that money from somewhere, the revenue source, but it is showing up there, and I just wondered if through staff, whether Aqua had a plan that they're working on, whether they've brought that to staff's attention.
Okay, thank you for that. Michael.
Thank you, and you, Mayor Carlton, to Councillor Winters. When staff looked through, when we looked through these distribution reports too, we also saw that those numbers seemed off, especially for the Oxenden one. So I have reached out to our operator, Leo, and they're going to take a further look at it because he had noticed those numbers, so he was also kind of wondering what's happening at this point. So it's kind of a work in progress, but I can certainly report back to council once I know once we know as staff what's going on there.
Thank you.
And so we need a motion to accept these reports with direction or just to accept them. I'm looking at the clerk here.
Thank you, Mayor Carlton. Through you, I believe that that is handled under the operational management of water systems, and receiving them for information would be sufficient. We've also noted the concerns in the minutes of the meeting as well.
Thank you. So I need a mover and a seconder to accept. So Councillor Winters and Councillor McComb. There's no further discussion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay. Reports. So the recommendation is that all information reports contained herein be received, and that would be the Township of Georgian Bluffs Land Inventory Report and the 2026 Q1 Financial Update. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please?
30 by 30.
Sorry, I needed to make a note on that. The 30 by 30 was inadvertently listed under information reports, but it's been relocated to reports for consideration because there's actually a motion that goes with that. My apologies for not letting everyone know that. So mover and a seconder on 2 reports only. Councillor Winters, Councillor Day. Is there any further discussion on those? Councillor Winters.
Together information reports, staff will address these reports before we vote on them. Just an overview, I think, is appropriate.
Okay. Land inventory, Michael, is that one yours?
Yes. I have a working computer, so now I can pull up the report. As Council may recall, back in actually last November, Council brought forward a motion to regarding the need for greater information on the township-owned lands. So over the past several months, staff have been, excuse me, taking a very detailed inventory of all the lands we own, and rather than going into a detailed analysis of the potential use of some of our larger land holdings at this point, we thought it appropriate to just compile all of our lands into an inventory, which is included as Appendix 1 to this report. And when you look at that report, you'll see that the first several properties are properties that staff feel there may be some potential for. They aren't necessarily a road allowance or another use. They're vacant lands of some size that the township does own that we don't have an exact use for at the moment. The inventory goes on to look at our facilities and other lands as well. The inventory does not list all of our used road allowances, all of our streets and roads and things like that, because we know what those are and we know how they're being used. So this is kind of a first glance at the lands that the township owns, and more for discussion purposes than anything else at this point. And I also want to thank both Ben and Rial for compiling all this. I didn't do this work, they did, so I can't take credit for it.
Thank you. Is there any further questions from council on that item? Guess I have one. Is there a future, like a next step that's going to go with that report that's going to come back to council?
The next step out of this would be more of I think a detailed analysis of our lands that could be considered surplus, lands that we could use for future uses. That's kind of would be the second stage of this, and that then brings the question: do we have our surplus? Do we have a proper surplus lands policy? That sort of thing. So as we started to dig into this, we started to ask those questions ourselves, and then it started to create more policy work for us. So I think there's more to come, but it's a little more detailed than just providing an inventory at this point.
Okay, thank you, because that was somewhat my concern was we're getting this, but it's not saying what we're going to do moving forward with next steps, how we're going to handle this, because if any of that property is surplus and we don't need it, then it would make sense to make a decision on that. Councillor Colbert, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Carlton. I had the same thoughts, I guess, as you did. So apart from the plots, pieces of land that are identified as falling under the 30 by 30 initiative, I was wondering if a further report could address the possibility of lands that could be used for other purposes like affordable housing. And if there's an opportunity to partner with the builder for that purpose, or even a cooperative like Glassworks, if we would have any parcel of land that might be suitable for that particular purpose.
Thank you for those comments. Before we move on to the financial, then, I guess I want to ask a question. Do we need to be giving any further direction here? Feels like we're just receiving this, and if we receive it and there's no direction to take next steps, where does that leave us? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Carlton. At the staff level, we've had several discussions about, well, where do we go from here with this? And there's some initiatives that I will be working on with my replacement on our lands inventory and policy surrounding alternative uses. I have had ongoing dialogues with Glassworks, for instance, on some of the lands we own down in the Brook settlement area. But we will be coming back probably perhaps even through the budget exercise for some additional policy work that will help inform council with our lands. What lands should we keep and what lands should we consider for surplus? And some policies that help to guide that discussion more than anything else.
Thank you. So before we move on with the motion, I'm going to turn to Samantha for the financial update.
Thank you, and through you, I do apologize in advance for this being rather late when it is comparing it to end of Q1 being March 26th, so I do apologize for not coming until now. When we were looking at where we were in comparison of budgets to actuals at that time, being end of March, year-to-date financials were generally in line with our expectations of expenditures and revenues thus far. There are some identified differences that staff are actively monitoring and will be identifying. We wish to see how they lie and fall at the end of Q2 to better equip and advise this council on potential mitigating matters. When we are looking at the council, Office of the CAO, and corporate services, most of the identified variances within the report were timing related due to pressures. Fire services at the time of analysis had been projecting under. We did have some delayed invoicing, which we have received thus far in Q2, that we are projecting will be on track with there, that there are no issues within that this time. We are tracking at this time having what receives as an overage, which is not necessarily an overage. When running this report, it was identified we hadn't allocated out insurance premiums to various departments, which is why the general administration is looking largely over, and you will see numerous underages within the other departments. Overall, we did have more of a reduction in our insurance than what we had originally anticipated. That being more at 2%, which is not a huge financial amount. So we are tracking overall under within our insurance. Unfortunately, at this time, we are seeing some pressures within our information technology, being our third-party IT provider, as well as software costs and legal services. In relation to the software, staff are in the process of reviewing our current active software that we do have and identifying what softwares could potentially be replaced as part of our ERP Enterprise Resource Planning project. Which ones maybe do we have duplicate services for, and where we can maybe find some efficiencies and redundancy in software. And looking at our development and infrastructure, this is our building, engineering, and planning. There are some staff vacancies within those departments at this time. So those are showing as underages. Planning is showing as overage, which is driven by the legal costs associated with the Ontario Land Tribunal matter. And we have had lower than anticipated revenue thus far. Planning revenue seems to be very cyclical in nature as to when development is occurring and when it's not. But unfortunately, we're at a lower point for that. Hopefully it does pick up, but it's difficult to know what the future may hold with it. When we are looking at our community environmental services, several departments would appear as being under budget. That is largely due to the unallocated insurance premiums. We have corrected that and will be correcting that for your Q report to eliminate those timing differences. We did experience some winter control pressures related to additional sand and salt that were required. We are just waiting for the finalization of our invoices to know what we had incurred for the first part of this calendar year's winter operation season to determine if we may be experiencing additional pressures when we get to our second part and identifying mitigating factors that we can and providing guidance and advice to this council. We have already seen slightly higher facility rentals than we had been anticipating, that we will continue to monitor if those are coming. Staff right now are actively reviewing our fees and charges to provide guidance for the 2027 user fees and doing a comparison with neighboring municipalities as well as municipalities that council had established as being comparators for the purposes of the non-union salary check. When we are looking at our water systems, they're overall relatively stable. The variances are largely due to accounting adjustments that had been completed for accruals that were set up as part of 2025 year end and therefore reversed in 2026's as they no longer existed. So it can present in some accounting adjustments. And again, the delayed insurance allocation. We do have a couple systems as well that are experiencing slightly higher than expected consumption, so we will be monitoring that. When we're looking at the purposes of tax collection, outstanding balance at the end of Q1 was comparable to the same period of the prior year. This is largely due to timing of when income tax bills are generated and sent out and when the installments are due. So it does show a large amount. Our accounting software does apply that amount to the account. It does not charge any interest on it until it is due. So we did have, at the end of March, there still was the April installment that was not due yet, but would be showing as collected or outstanding collections for the purposes of this report. When looking at our fee waivers, we did have one event where staff had approved under council's fee waiver policy the waiving of the ice rental fee for the event and the Rotary with Tarama. And then from a procurement standpoint, there were no procurements that were awarded within the threshold of the CAO and treasurer jointly. That there's nothing to report there. I wasn't planning on going through the specific projects. However, if there are any questions on the status of a project, please let me know and we are able to provide some comments.
Thank you very much for that. I will turn to council for any questions or comments. Councillor Day.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to our treasurer. I'm not sure if this is sound memory or not. I feel like at the end of the recent winter, we had underspent on salt and sand, and we talked about that those savings going into reserve to help with this winter should it be particularly challenging with salt and sand. And I was wondering if I was remembering that correctly, or and if so, how much do we balance out over those 2 years?
Through you, I don't have that number right now. Staff are finalizing a reserve and reserve fund transfer report that will highlight if there is an underage. Again, I apologize, I don't recall off the top of my head at the end of 2025 which way our financials fell for the purposes of winter control.
No problem. It could have been 2024, or I was just hopeful that that would be a way of balancing out things out over the long run, but we'll see.
Any other comments? Councillor McComb, go ahead.
A couple. First of all, thank you for the progress report. It looks great. It's excellent. It's easy to read, glance, and yeah, I really appreciate it. Obviously, things that don't have a comment, I mean, we could ask questions if we wanted, but a pickup replacement or something like that, I think it goes without saying that if it sits at 20%, you're probably still shopping around for it or something like that. So, or not that many steps. With regards to the report, my main concern, to be honest, you sort of addressed it, is that it's so late. Like it's 2.5 months late. So and the way I look at it is that if we had different guidance for you, you know, it needed to be made 2.5 months ago. So it's not, you know, it's not just a matter of principle. It's sort of a matter of practicality that it gets a little more on time. So anyway, I see you got that, and that's cool. I did have some questions. So the general administration line means nothing to us because we don't know, because that's 742K of insurance. Like it just, first of all, we don't know what's in that line, which is in itself, I suppose it's okay, but it's just so far out that it's concerning, right? That insurance sits in there. So, and again, I don't know, it almost wasn't worth putting on the report because it's so fictional, if that makes any sense. So in other words, 700, like the vast majority of that number is expenses that are insurance for other departments. So just more a comment. I know you're trying to fix it and refine the numbers, but that's more a comment than anything else. I don't know if I understand you when you say other identified overages within this department include third-party IT services of 12K, software licenses 15K, and legal approximately 17K. When you say overages, you mean $17,000 over. That's the way I read it. Over what it should have been, or that's the total of it.
Go ahead.
Please.
Through you, that those numbers are meant to be what we anticipated our budget to look like now compared to what we actually have now. We have, if the budget was 10,000, we would have 27,000 spent.
So they really literally are over. Okay, so I just wanted to know that I'm reading that correctly. Okay. Yeah, that is concerning. So because that's just one quarter. So okay. And legal being 17K. I suppose that's one of those things that's not so much under your control, but the other two are definitely directly under your control, and you guys have it for sure. I also wanted to know about the winter control shown as an underage due to perceived underage in salaries and benefits. What do you mean by perceived? Like it is or it isn't, isn't it? Or
Review. When we are preparing our journal entries to record our payroll from our pay software to our accounting software, we do try to allocate out the winter control. When we set our budget, we estimate that when we are looking at our public works operators, a 70% is non-winter activities and a 30% is winter activities. Sometimes that is not always correct, that it can have a perceived underage in one if that 30% that we try to allocate it out isn't maybe the right number. That is what is happening here when we are looking at those two kind of departments combined. If you look at 100% of them, we are not seeing that same underage. Yeah. It is more on par, so it is a bit of a budget allocation compared to actuals. We are trying to refine that allocation for budget purposes and are using a bit of a 5-year average when trying to determine what is that appropriate allocation between non-winter activities and winter activities.
Wow, yeah, that's well contrived. I appreciate it. The only last thing I have was regarding the stock in the summer, and I think you kind of addressed it. When will we know how damaging that replenishment will be? Because as I recall, salt's expensive, so surprisingly so. So do you have any sense of when we'll know what that number looks like? Or?
Unfortunately, I don't know from that stockpile to now how much maybe got utilized to know, is it a full replenishment? Is it a half? Is it a quarter? But I can speak to our manager of operations and have that information for your Q2 report.
Perfect. Sam, I think you did a great job and I like the commentary. That's good. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you for those comments. Any other from anyone else? Seeing none, I will go back to the original recommendation, which was that all information reports contained herein be received, and I will call the vote. All those in favor? That is carried. And as I said before, the 30 by 30 initiative was pulled out of information reports and should have been down in reports for council consideration. So the recommendation there is number 1, that report DEV 2026-021 dated June 17th, 2026, entitled 30 by 30 initiative within the Township of Georgian Bluffs be received for information. And 2, that council endorses the township's participation in the 30 by 30 target, which affirms the municipality's commitment to contributing to national and international biodiversity targets. And 3, that council authorize staff to sign the attached consent letter, which is Appendix 1, and work with Ontario Nature to submit the list of eligible township properties, Appendix 2, to the Canadian Protected and Conserved Areas Database, CPCAD. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Day and Councillor McComb. And I see this says defer to Ben or Community Planner Riel, but neither one of them here. So, Michael.
Michael, that's me.
Thank you, Mayor Carlton. So through the signing of the Kunming Montreal Global Diversity Framework in 2022, Canada, along with 196 other countries, committed to protecting 30% of the world's lands and oceans by the year 2030. So that's where the 30 by 30 nomenclature comes from. The 30 by 30 target aims to conserve 30% of the lands and waters by 2030, and it's an international agreement ratified by the 196 other countries. The target is premised on reversing biodiversity loss via networks of green spaces that are equitable, governed, and respect Indigenous rights and territories. In December of 2022, the federal government adopted the 30 by 30 target, and municipalities such as Town of Newmarket and cities of London, Toronto, Brampton, Guelph, Richmond Hill, and others are participating. In support of this effort, Ontario Nature is helping municipalities to assess the suitability of lands that could be considered for the 30 by 30 target. Ontario Nature is, as you know, is an environmental organization with a mission to protect wild species and wild spaces through conservation, education, and public engagement. And they offered to assess Georgian Bluffs owned lands for potential inclusion in the Canadian Protected and Conserved Areas database. And all that counts towards the 30 by 30 target. That's a free service that Ontario Nature is willing to help us with. So the purpose of the report is to seek council's endorsement of the township's participation in the 30 by 30 target, and to request council direct staff to prepare a list of eligible township properties that, through the work of Ontario Nature, that could be presented to a future council meeting for endorsement in the 30 by 30 initiative.
Thank you. I will turn to council for any comments or questions. Councillor Day.
I think it's fairly obvious that I am in support of this. I am curious if there are, especially with some of the properties that are close to each other, if there's any investigation through the township or in conjunction with Ontario Nature about trying to prevent habitat fragmentation as well. Some of the properties that I was looking at are surrounded by other woodlots. So just paying attention to who the neighbors are to that property and seeing if there's opportunities to provide corridors for wildlife to travel between places.
Through Mayor Carlton to Councillor Day. So we work very closely with Grey County and their planning department and their planning ecologist. And Grey County has developed some very good mapping that show natural heritage corridors and natural areas that are, I'm wrecking the name of them, but basically there's significant areas that should be protected, as well as the corridors and the linkages between the corridors. That's the word I was looking for. So I think through this exercise, it would be very helpful to not only look at what lands that we have, but strategically look at the lands that may fall within the 30 by 30 initiative to help foster and promote the corridors and linkages that have already been identified at the county level, and then to work with private landowners in between those to help educate them and see if they would also like to be part of this.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor?
The clerk did have her hand up.
Oh, sorry. I did not see that.
Thank you, Mayor Carlton, for you. I just wanted to clarify something. When the director provided the overview of the report, it sounded like there would be a list of eligible properties for council to discuss coming forward. I do note that that list of eligible properties is a part of the agenda package, and the recommendation is to approve that eligible list of properties and to send that eligible list to Ontario Nature. So I just wanted to clarify that there is not an additional list coming back. The list is presented in the agenda and is part of the recommendation. So if council did have concerns about that list or comments about that list, now would be a good time because it is part of the recommendation to authorize staff to share that list.
Okay, thank you for that. So just for clarity, putting a property on this list doesn't tie it up in any way. Was my understanding of the report that this property could still be sold or that type of thing. Go ahead.
Mayor Carlton, it's my understanding that that list of eligible property goes to Ontario Nature for review to see how well they fit within the 30 by 30 criteria. And the properties that we're putting forward are our own properties. We still own them. So that means that even though they're part of this initiative, I'm just speculating now, but I imagine if we wanted to sometime declare them surplus or something like that, maybe it's a matter of kind of looking at this exercise again to see if there's other properties that could replace that property in that initiative.
Right. But it doesn't prohibit us from selling that or declaring it surplus and selling.
That's correct.
Yeah, that was my understanding. Yeah. Okay, so everyone's clear. Councillor Coburn, go ahead.
Thank you. Just in light of our clerk's comments, I'm trying to figure out how to word this tactfully, but given that list that gets approved along with the recommendation and not a whole lot of information that goes along with that inventory, through you, Mayor Carlton, to Mr. Benner, are there any properties on there that jump out at you that we ought to discuss or that might or should give us pause?
And to Mayor Carlton, through Mayor Carlton to Councillor Coburn, there are some properties in here that when I look at them, they do have forested, they are forested, so it would be part of that. But there are some areas that perhaps properties in Brook, for example, that may be better suited for future residential development through affordable housing or something like that, or other lands that perhaps we want to retain as parkland. So I think even though we're providing this list to Ontario Nature, I think the next steps to that is to review the list of eligible properties to see which ones in the end are 30 by 30 properties that we want to actually designate as 30 by 30 properties.
So if I may, this next step that we're about to take then doesn't bind us to those properties that you have identified as potential 30 by 30 properties. It doesn't bind us to that then, because I do wonder when we look at the Brook area if there might be more suitable purposes for those types of lands as opposed to the forested and more naturalized areas.
Mr. Benner?
And she might call through me, Carlton, to Councillor Coburn. Yes, I think that through this further analysis that we're doing, we will have, certainly there will be some properties that are good properties. They aren't really going to be available because of, say, environmental issues or something like that for other uses. Those would be the properties I would think that as we go through this exercise with Ontario Nature, we would say those are our prime candidates for the 30 by 30 initiative. There are other properties in that list of municipal lands that simply, I don't think they would fall within that 30 by 30 initiative. When you look at that list is essentially the same list that we had in the lands inventory list. And you know, there's lands within Cobble Beach that are active parkland. They may not hit that criteria for 30 by 30, but we need to undertake that exercise with Ontario Nature to make sure that, you know, which ones hit and which ones don't.
Thank you for that. When I go back and look at that inventory list, specifically the lots in Brook are showing subject to further investigation and planning. Not all of the properties listed in that report show that they would be potential for 30 by 30. So I guess I was making the assumption that only the ones that are specifically identified as being 30 by 30 would be part of that list going to Ontario Nature. That one saying subject to further investigation would be
not necessarily correct. They may not necessarily be that.
Any other comments here? Okay, I will call the vote then. All in favor? That is carried. We have already done the official plan recommendation, so we are at the Buy Ontario Act 2025 and Municipal Buy Ontario Procurement Directive. The recommendation is that Council receive staff report COR 2026-022 titled Buy Ontario Act 2025 and Municipal Buy Ontario Procurement Directive, and that Council appoints the Township's Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, as the Township's authority to exempt a procurement based on the value of money exclusion or to authorize use of alternative methods of procurement. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McComb, Deputy Mayor Pringle. I will turn to Samantha again.
So I inherited a bit of a presentation. I do just wish to clarify the recommendation when we are saying alternative methods of procurement. It should actually be alternative methods of evaluation, not to mean we could do a quote for something that should be a tender. So just wanted to clarify that. While the presentation is coming up, I just want to let council know this is something that is very new, that the ministry has not provided much guidance on how to do it. So I apologize in advance if I am unable to answer your questions, as the ministry has not always been forthcoming in answering our questions that have been presented. So this is a new act that could have potentially substantial financial impacts, and the result of not complying could also be substantial, where they could withhold funding. the Buy Ontario Act 2025, it establishes the framework that surrounds our public sector procurement, and it requires public sector organizations such as municipalities or entities that purchase on behalf of school boards to prioritize Ontario and Canadian goods and services. This act, it allows for the establishment of directives, which has been made under a municipal directive, which we will talk about a bit here today. It gives us the policies, procedures, and standards, which we must also follow. Next slide. When we are looking at the directive, we have a bit of a timeline here that has happened. So this act received royal assent to April of this year. The procurement, the municipal directive came into effect May 15th for municipalities and will come into effect, or has came into effect, on June 1st for our municipal board. So we are impacted by this. Currently, for the municipality, the directives include a fleet requirement and a capital infrastructure requirement. The schools, they actually have a third requirement, whereby theirs is all purchases of goods or services. So there is the potential that we may also be facing that in the near future. Right now, we'll focus on what we do have, being the fleet and capital infrastructure. Slide, please. So what is a directive? It aims to promote, again, the Ontario economy and Ontario supply chain resilience. The province direction is clear. We are to give preference to Ontario and Canadian goods and services. This can and may go against treaty acts. The ministry has not provided comments on that. Procurement for capital, infrastructure, and vehicles are what they have been thus far. To accomplish this, we have to create a domestic supply chain plan and follow a vehicle sourcing preferences. They have not provided guidance in what a domestic supply chain plan must have. They gave very high level, enough that you know what is Ontario. There is no requirements to hold a contractor to what they say can be done in Ontario. They have provided listing of what they consider made in Ontario vehicles, as well as Tier 2, which we will get to. Next slide, please. So when we are looking at what this applies to, it is only our light duty passenger fleet vehicles. It is not snowplows at this time. Potentially it could become this. Capital infrastructure is a very vague term that they are using. It is construction. It is anything associated with the construction. It is if we are taking the surface off of a road and putting a new surface on, that meets their definition of construction. And anything that requires civil engineering or any architectural work. If we are building a brand new community center, it's absolutely everything that would go into that community center. It's the tables, it's the chairs. If it is already an established building, we do not have to follow it to replace the tables that are already here. Next slide. So the directive, it does not apply to medical equipment, anything IT, operational fixtures. That's where it has already been established as an operational fixture. Routine maintenance, repairs, operations, and professional consulting related to the construction. When we are looking at the fleet, so this came into effect April 13th, that any purchases of fleet after that day must follow Buy Ontario. They want to prioritize vehicles made in Ontario or vehicles that are Ontario vehicle producers, and it is a tiered approach. So when we are looking at what they classify as made in Ontario vehicles, it is a Chevy Silverado, Chrysler Charger, Chrysler Pacifica, Honda CR-V, a Honda CR-V hybrid, Honda Civic, Lexus XR, Lexus NX, Toyota RAV4, and a Toyota RAV4 hybrid. In essence, it is anything where the VIN starts with 2. You may not always know a VIN when you are procuring an asset because it may not have a VIN yet, what you are procuring. So that's why they have provided a bit of guidance on what vehicles they do consider are made in Ontario. Ontario vehicle providers, these are companies where they have the vehicle may not itself be made, but they do employ what the ministry is perceiving as sufficient Ontario residents to meet you are helping Ontario's supply chain. So those are Ford, GM, Honda. I'm not going to try to say the next one because I always say it wrong. Toyota, and Volkswagen. So if we are procuring for a fleet, we are required, if there is I'm going to use a Honda CR-V hybrid for an example. If there is a Honda CR-V hybrid, even if it is more than a Ford, we are to purchase the Honda CR-V. There is, we'll get to it, but there is some leniency where you don't have to follow if it is more than a 25%, but you would be encouraged and required under this act to award the higher vehicle.
If I may, just one clarifying question there, I think I understand it. It's only if those vehicles are all bids are submitted, correct? When you put out a tender and there's multiple bids come in and they bid that vehicle, it's not saying we have to go out and find that vehicle that's on the list, correct?
That is correct. We only have to follow what we are supplied. So if none of those made in Ontario vehicles submit, there is no options for a tier 1 application of that directive. We would look then, is there a tier 2 vehicle that is, if there is not a tier 2, then we can go back to our policy of the lowest client.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I did some reading around and I think that I could find it in my notes, but I think the word was need or require, something like that. It's undefined. And what it looked like to me was if, for example, we, for our environmental compliance, we wanted to bring forward fully electric vehicles. And there are no fully electric vehicles on there. So long as the criteria couldn't be met by anything else, one might have to shop that out. So in other words, if hybrid, which is a valid option too, but I mean, if hybrid wasn't the option for the small vehicle, and none of these providers make in Ontario, unfortunately for us, a battery powered car, then we couldn't get a bid on that. We could, but it wouldn't meet the requirement, and we would have to go out and procure it using other methods. But the problem was the way I read it, because nobody wants to work around these policies. They're there for a reason. They're to enhance Ontario. Like, I get it. I'm also fiscally responsible. And further to that, we have initiatives, including environmental commitments, that might send us in the direction of a kind of vehicle that we don't make in Ontario. So that being said, I think the devil's in the details. And I forget what the word was. Maybe you know offhand, but there is a word in there that's meant to describe the general criteria and what's sort of necessary. And I think that's what, that's what's going to break this for people. Yeah.
Through you, there is an opportunity for a bit of a loophole that the ministry has not said doesn't exist or does exist. If we can document why a made in Ontario or a OVP is not operationally feasible.
That's it, yes.
For the township, we can document why it is not operationally feasible and thereby exclude that procurement from the Buy Ontario. They could come back and say that is not a good reason. They haven't provided much guidance on what they may consider a good or a not good reason to exclude what they may consider is operationally feasible or infeasible for that purposes.
Sorry,
Oh,
go
no
ahead.
worries. And if you would prefer to finish presenting before there's questions, I'm happy to hold it. I do understand that if we don't comply, then there could be penalties for not receiving funding. I also understand, I support buying locally, and sometimes it is more expensive, which is fiscally challenging when it puts pressure on our taxpayers ultimately. So I was just wondering, and I know the answer already, is there funding coming from the province to help support this new initiative?
At this time, there has not been any announced. The second component of the municipal directive that we have thus far is for our capital infrastructure. So this is for procurements that started after May 15th. So the washroom tender that we do have later tonight, it started before that. It does not follow under the directive. So this is why we wanted this presentation and material in front of you, so that the first time you were seeing it was not when you were trying to award a procurement under it. So a requirement under the capital infrastructure is a domestic supply chain plan. This is what details where the origin of those goods and services may come. It is staff's responsibility to identify what those major goods or services for each and every capital infrastructure project are, and it is the contractor or submitter's responsibility to evaluate a dollar amount that can be associated with buying in Ontario versus buying in Canada. Again, there is no requirements to hold a contractor to what they submit. Staff are supposed to do market research to establish and determine what is reasonable. The Act and the directives also do not give the township any grants and grounds to go back on someone and say, you said 50% could come from Ontario. Our market research says 25. Prove you can do 50. They have no obligation to prove to us they can do 50% in Ontario. Again, this directive is trying to prioritize Ontario-made and Canadian-made goods. Next, please. So capital, there is a bit of flexibility in how we can evaluate when they have Ontario goods under which approach. So there are some dollar thresholds. This is a high-level slide. We will go into the different approaches in more detail. So if you don't mind going to the next slide. So if we are looking at any capital infrastructure where we anticipate the cost as being under the threshold of $347,400, how that number was established, I do not know. As buyers, the township is responsible for conducting market research. So this is identifying what those major goods and services may be, where are they potentially applicable for, and what do we think we may be getting for those goods and services. There is no point in having goods or services if we conduct market research and we find nothing. A contractor is likely to find nothing. There is also no harm in having a listed goods and services that we maybe find in our market research that says it is not there, as a third party may know of someone within Ontario or Canada. The next step within the procurement would be to draft the documents, including the domestic supply chain plan document. This is about a 2-pager, which is listing out the major goods and services, and the submitter is signing off, yes, I verify this information. So as part of that domestic supply chain plan, as mentioned, they are to provide the dollar value of what is Ontario, and we are to apply a 10% evaluation advantage to the person who has the highest content of Ontario goods. So first, when we receive the tenders, we do have to confirm that they meet the requirements. We are still reviewing to ensure they can do what they say they can do. We don't want a landscape company that has no construction experience building something. So we still do have those requirements that we have to ensure that they can do what they say. We have to review that their submission is complete. So if they do miss something or don't supply something, they may be disqualified for those grounds. And then we apply that 10% advantage to the highest content. Next slide. So how does this play out and work? So when we're looking at a 10% advantage, if we were to have 3 bidders, we have our little example Their bidder 1 submits a tender price of 100,000, bidder 2 is 95,000, bidder 3 is 105,000. Right now, we'd be recommending bidder 2 for award, lowest compliant bidder. Under the Buy Ontario Act, if bidder 3 is to have the highest Canadian or Ontario content, they get a 10% reduction in their price. So their price now becomes $94,500 that they're who we are to award to, even though they are actually the highest submitter at the 105,000. We award at the 105,000. We don't award at the 94,500.
Clear to any taxpayers who are watching this right now, we do not pay them 94.5, we pay them 105.
That is correct.
Okay.
But there is no mechanism in which you've seen yet to ensure that that contractor carries through on that content, correct?
That is correct.
It's an estimate at the time of bidding.
That is correct.
A loophole.
And further to that, what happens if the contractor's unable to do that? So the contractor, I guess, lies about where they get stuff from, or their current lumber supplier that's Canadian doesn't have any lumber and they need to buy from their American lumber supplier. Does the government watch this? Do they have teeth? Because surely we don't go out to site and check the stamps on the lumber.
There is no requirement to ensure the follow through of the bidder.
At least you're not required to do that too. So there you go. You're welcome.
So when we're looking at capital infrastructure projects where we, as a township and staff, are estimating it to be over that imaginary threshold, again, we don't know how the number was. There are 2 different ways that we can evaluate their submissions. No matter what, we do have to still conduct that market research to have a preliminary understanding of where the goods and major goods and services may be coming from. We draft our procurement documents. We include the domestic supply chain plan, asking for any subcontractors, making sure that we know where their subcontractors may be getting the goods and services as well is important in this. And then we have to also, within our procurement documents, establish how are we evaluating the Buy Ontario Act when it is this larger. Once we receive them, we still evaluate, do you meet your mandatory? Are you going to be able to complete the job? When we're looking at the 2 evaluation options for this, our first option is to apply that 10% advantage, as was the method within the under 347,400, or it is to apply 10% on the total evaluation. That now becomes a criteria of your evaluation of a tender, which is not normally something that you do within a tender. That is more something that you do in proposals, where you're evaluating their ability to complete it. Tenders typically do not have that 3rd level of, can you physically do that in that sense? Does that make? Next slide, please. So if we are applying the 10% evaluation, this is the same application as before. If we had 3 bidders, bidder 1 being $1 million, bidder 2 being $950,000, bidder 3 being $1,440,000. They provide us with their Ontario-made content, their Canadian-made content. You will see in the formula, Ontario was counted twice. That is to provide a higher priority to Ontario-made content over that of Canadian-made. The formula is not misstated in that Ontario is there twice. It is trying to apply that higher rating to your Ontario opposed to your Canadian, but still factoring in Canadian as being important with this. You come up with your weighted value of Ontario and Canadian-made goods. The lowest or the highest value there then receives a 10% reduction of their price. So their now score went from 85 and is being increased to 93, receiving an 8.5 increase on the 85. Slide. If we are doing a 10% of the total evaluation, again, we have our bid prices that may vary. Bidder 1 being 9 million, bidder 2 being 9.7, and bidder 3 being 9.5. They provide us with their Ontario-made content. What portion of the total overall is Ontario? They come up with a percentage there. What portion of it is Canadian? You have your percentage. Your 2 percentages, add it up, gives you who has your highest percentage of content, and they are provided that advantage that they now are the ones who you are reporting to.
Are you telling me they don't have to prove that it's really that much Ontario or Canadian content? They can just say, I'm going to pick a number out of the air and use that one?
That is correct. Part of what staff, not only from the township, but other municipalities are trying to push back on is how do we stop that potentially artificial inflammation or inflation, thank you, that may be occurring within tender submissions for people who, or companies that may be more in tune with this. The direction we are providing is that's why you do your market research. But they haven't gave any guidance or guidelines on if our market research says only 5% is, and we have someone who says 50 is, how can we disqualify? How can we go back on that submitter and say, you are wrong? Show me your proof. They have not provided any guidance on how you can accomplish that. Another method for capital infrastructure that is above this threshold is a commitment approach. So with the commitment approach, it's different than the evaluation approach that we are trying to, again, do our market research. We are setting required proportions in advance of that and including that within our procurement. So the market research becomes a very important aspect that if we are finding through market research only 10% could be, that is, you have to meet the 10 in order to qualify. That takes a lot more staff time upfront to complete that market research. You may not always have staff that know all of the potential suppliers the same way that a third-party company may. Again, you make your procurement documents and then you evaluate. And this is where the domestic supply chain commitment plan comes a lot more into play, that is your basis of evaluation now, that if you are committing the highest amount, you are who to receive. One upside that the hat gave us, there is a value for money exclusion. That if we find that buying Ontario or buying Canadian is going to increase a project's cost by more than 25%, we can exclude that procurement from Buy Ontario Act. You have to have sound market research on that to have that established. What the ministry is saying is you should be appointing someone to sign off on behalf of the township for those exclusions. That is where our recommendation of having the CAO being that body. They are right now saying it, council is not allowed to be that body and not providing grounds as to why. So they are saying it does need to be a staff, that the staff can only be delegated that authority. To ensure that we are trying to have a bit of a double check, a bit of, it's not just one person, the CAO and I will discuss them. And we are trying to formulate how can we ensure that council is also aware in a timely manner that our research is showing this may be a constraint, or you may hear comments about why is it not following that. When we are looking at the consequences of non-compliance, the ministry can hold any and all funds that they may provide to us. That could be operating funds, being your Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, which we receive approximately $1 million a year. That could also be grant funds from any division that they could withhold. And they can withhold them until you comply. They could also say, if you do not comply within a timely manner, whatever that timely manner may be, you eliminate the right to those funds. You completely lose them. Next slide.
Mr. Day?
I think I want to propose an amendment to the resolution on the floor to add a section that requests some communication with the ministry to express our concerns around the cost that this will have for the municipality, as well as the lack of compliance that might happen with the people that or companies that we're contracting. So I think I am concerned enough to put that motion, that amendment. I haven't done an amendment to a motion before, so my apologies for not knowing the right process of doing this.
Thank you, Mayor Carlton, through you. I think motions on the fly they don't serve us very well. I think it would be appropriate for you to bring forward a notice of motion, and then staff can work to craft exactly those parameters around what that opposition that we send to the province looks like. Because I could try to do it on the fly, but I definitely will not do it justice.
Okay. I withdraw my
Your amendment.
Another section that the Act allows for, but hasn't provided much direction on, the public sector entities have to comply. The ministry may appoint someone to, in essence, perform an audit on our compliance. They haven't said much about what that process may look like. At high level, they have provided that the minister may designate someone to complete it. We don't know if that is another person within the ministry body, if they would be looking to potentially a auditing and accounting firm to be their evaluators. We don't have much guidance on what that would be. And they can review all information that we do have around those. So they would be reviewing our market research. If we did not apply, what was the research? And they are evaluating if it is reasonable grounds and operationally feasible proof for they are evaluating if our operation. Once they complete a review, they can publish on an accessible website any findings that they may have, including any fines, penalties that may be inflicted. And it is under our responsibility to remediate the non-compliance. It's a big act. It's not a fun act. And it does pose some substantial financial risks that from both the staff level, township staff, as well as procurement specialists within other organizations have been trying to have greater communications with the ministry and Supply Ontario to gain more information. We are getting limited information back. So I do apologize that I don't have much in the way of answers and much on the way of guidance on how to move forward.
Thank you. Councillor McCall.
There's a lot to digest there, and which is actually it's a comment, and I think that I don't know how you do procurement currently, but it looks to me like a new procurement process needs to be thought through and some criteria developed. It looks to me like for many of the purchases that we make, we're a township, we make big purchases. We're going to need an extra level of oversight that we don't have right now. It looks to me like we need somebody who's an expert in this to follow this legislation's framework as it comes to fruition. And from a risk management lens, it concerns me that if it isn't done right, that there are real ramifications. I'm setting up to ask the question, is this something that the township can do off the side of our desks as it stands, or is there a further financial exposure here where, much like we have an environmental officer who's an expert in the environment. We need a procurement or a partial procurement officer to help with this. This is substantial.
For you, staff are currently preparing materials for your 2027, and I do envision someone with a bit more procurement experience being one of those requirements. We are, fortunately, the word I want, but procurement, if we experience lame duck, does come to a bit of a halt for the purposes of an election, as there are restricted acts which council can perform if we do experience lame duck. So we do have, for the purposes of 2026, that is a relief of a bit of a pressure that we can't procure as much because there are restricted acts on what council can award, that anything of over 50,000 can't be awarded, that most of those procurements are above that threshold. So we do have that, but I do envision you may be seeing a business request asking for a purchasing and risk management or purchasing capacity of some sort.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mark Earl. Yeah, this report was actually really tough to digest, just for the fact that at the end of the day, they're asking us to buy Ontario and Canadian. It's that simple. And we've done that. We've always tried to support local when we can, and we have spent more in an RFP for local. This muddying of the waters here now to add expense to the township is going to be ridiculous at the end of the day, when really all they're asking, or should be asking, is for us to buy Ontario and Canadian to do the right thing. And where we are now with this here coming down the pipe, I don't know how you do your job, Samantha. I'll give you all the credit in the world to try and get through the waters on this. It's almost ridiculous what the ask is. So again, we've always tried to support local, and I don't know why we have to change that. So anyway, good for you working on it. I wish you all the best to try and navigate the waters on it, but it just seems ridiculous at this time, this close to a new election, and this is where we want to be. So again, I always prided our township on trying to buy local, buy Ontario, buy Canadian. That's what we all should be doing. I think we are trying to do that. So anyway, that was just my comment on it.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Next item is the award of the RFT 2026-06, the washroom renovation at Shallow Lake Community Center. Recommendation is that council award RFT 2026-06, washroom renovation at Shallow Lake Community Center to Yeldon Vision Contracting at a cost of $91,530 inclusive of HST, and that staff be directed to execute an agreement between the Township of Georgian Bluffs with Yeldon Vision Contracting for the washroom renovation at Shallow Lake Community Center. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor McComb, and we'll turn to Courtney.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Council approved $400,000 in the 2025 budget for upgrades to the Shallow Lake washrooms. These upgrades included redesigning and renovating the ground floor male and female washrooms into modern, gender-neutral layout that meets accessibility and universal design standards. It also includes renovating the exterior washroom block to incorporate accessible and universal design features. It also includes continuing the renovation of the former referee's change room into fully accessible universal washroom, change room, and shower space. This project is part of a broader parks investment project, which is partially funded through $825,000 provincial grant. Its completion required by March 2027. Following a competitive procurement process, the lowest compliant construction bid was Yeldon Vision Contracting with a submission price of $91,530 inclusive of HST. This is within the remaining budget for this project of approximately $357,200, allowing the project to proceed as planned while advancing accessibility and inclusion goals.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councillor Winters.
Yeah, me through you. I assume that the RFP process, the township's already done the design work, there's already design and specifics, or this is not the design builds process?
We had a bid procurement for architect to do all the design, and they helped support the process as well.
It's a great number. I mean, $91,000 is a great number, but it's 70% less than most of the other bids. Sets an alarm off.
Yeah, to Mayor, to Councilor Winters, we did do our due diligence to check all the references. All 3 references were community renovation projects. 2 of them were with other municipalities or townships. They were all on time, on budget, and finished.
I did some research as well, and that's what I saw, and it looks good. And the only 2 parts that alarmed me was the dollar value difference and the age at which this company has existed.
Councilor Winters, we did notice that as well. The one thing going through the submissions is it doesn't sub a lot of work, so it's done in-house for other companies who bid. But we did do our diligence to do reference checking, and everything came back very positive.
All Canadian content, we have to apply.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Next item is a special events permit. The recommendation is whereas special events bylaw 47-2013 requires council approval for events anticipating attendance of 1,000 or more individuals prior to the issuance of a special event permit. Now therefore be it resolved that the issuance of special events permit 01-2026 for the 2026 Concours d'Elegance event be approved, subject to proof of appropriate insurance coverage. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McComb, Councillor Coburn, and I will turn to Sarah.
The reports, council approval for the issuance of special events permit for the 2026 Concours d'Elegance, scheduled for September 17th through the 20th of 2026 at Cobble Beach Golf Resort Community. The event is expected to attract approximately 10,000 attendees in accordance with the special events bylaw 47-2013 requires council's approval due to its size. The application has been reviewed by all relevant departments and external agencies with no outstanding concerns. A right-of-way occupancy permit has been requested by operations and is currently in process. Proof of insurance remains outstanding, therefore approval is recommended to be conditional upon submission of satisfactory insurance documentation. At Council's June 3rd, 2026 meeting, Council received correspondence from Cobble Beach requesting financial support for the event, noting its tourism and charitable contributions, including significant fundraising for Forest Health Systems and the Sunnybrook Impact Fund. Council deferred consideration of this request pending this report. Should council wish to waive the application fee of $500 for the major event permit fee as an in-kind contribution, the resolution would need to be amended accordingly.
Thank you, Sarah. Any comments from council on this one?
So make a comment. I've been, I don't know how many of you guys have been. It's phenomenal. Boy, I love that event. They do a great job of running it. And yeah, it's just a comment.
So we do need to possibly amend this if we are going to waive that permit fee.
Through you, Mayor, yes. If you did want to waive the fee, you would have to make an amendment to the motion. Or the recommendation. That's supply.
Deputy Mayor Pringle.
Yeah, I would make that amendment.
Okay.
To waive the fee.
Thank you. Could I have?
I would second it for sure.
Councilor McComb has seconded it. So I'm now calling the vote on an amended motion. Okay. I will call the vote on the amended motion if there's no further discussion. Okay. All in favor of that, and then back to the main motion. Sorry, did you have a comment, Councilor Coburn? No, okay. It's that little time delay. I will call the vote on the main motion then. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And the next recommendation is that council be recessed and hereby moves into committee of the whole. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Winters, Councillor Day, all in favor? That has carried.
All right.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, committee of the whole. Into report 12.1.1, COR 2026-019, 2026 OREG 284/09 compliance. Recommendation reads that council receives staff report COR 2026-019 titled 2026 OREG 284/09 compliance for information, and that adopts report COR 2026-019, which meets the requirements of Ontario Regulation 284/09 and outlines the preparation of the 2026 operating and capital budgets to the public sector accounting board compliant format. I need a mover and a second to get on the floor. Councillor McComb, Councillor Day, and Samantha Buchanan, Manager of Finance and Treasurer.
Thank you for you. So this report is now our second time in being compliant with this regulation. What this regulation is trying to accomplish is historically your budgets are always based on a very cash basis when you're physically paying the cash. This is your financial statements are not prepared and reported on in that basis. So we are trying to take your cash-based budget to move it into a public sector accounting board or a PSAB compliant so that it eliminates some of the discrepancies that are seen in your financial statements on your statement of revenue and expenses. The only non-financial expenditure that we do currently have that we are trying to have reflected within our financial statements is the amortization. We do not have any post-employment benefits that would need reflected, and we have not adopted asset retirement obligations yet for the purposes of the township, because that is pending a bit more information on what retirement obligations we may have within our buildings. And with the introduction of the asset retirement obligations, that is where the solid waste landfill closure and post-closure was worked and reevaluated into. So we have not adopted that aspect yet. We are anticipating amortization expense. You do budget for the purchase of the asset. You do not budget in your budget for the amortization, which is the linear decrease in the value of that asset over a finite amount of time, depending on how long you anticipate the asset existing for. We do use the prior year actuals as an estimate on what we anticipate our amortization to be. For the purposes of 2025, our actual unaudited amortization expense was approximately 2.9 million. We are requesting that that be included in your budget amounts for financial statement presentation to align those budget and actions.
Thank you, Samantha, for that report. I'm going to turn it over to Council here for any discussion, questions. Okay, not seeing anything. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? That is carried. All right, 12.1.2 is DEB 2026-027, reports and updates on entrance permits procedure policy. Recommendation reads that whereas the Township of Georgian Bluffs initiated an update to entrance policy procedure and staff have prepared a draft for council's consideration, therefore it be resolved that that report DEB 2026-027 entrance permit procedure update received as information, and that Georgian Bluffs entrance permit policy TRA-008-09 be amended, and the update procedure forming attachment 1 to this report be approved, and that the bylaw be presented at a future council meeting for enactment. I need a mover and a seconder. Council Winters, Councilor McComb. I'll turn it over to Michael Benner, Director of Development and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Our existing entrance permit procedure is, over the last couple of years, has fallen out of alignment with the county's entrance procedures. especially when it comes to accessory dwelling units. As council's aware, the province is now allowing accessory dwelling units in any property where it will fit and is designated residential. So what we're finding is our current policies only allow one entrance per property. And a lot of times the accessory dwelling units, although we do try to use an existing entrance, that's one of our criteria. Sometimes it can't always happen that way. And so that creates a bit of a conflict with our entrance policies, especially since the county does allow 2 entrances off of their county roads for accessory dwelling units. The reason being is in an emergency services, if an accessory dwelling unit has a separate civic address, then it's easier for emergency personnel to get to that piece. So essentially this report is bringing forward some proposed changes to our entrance permit policy to allow alignment with the county's policy and to provide some further direction on when a secondary entrance would be required.
All right, thank you for all those comments, and open it up to the council for questions, comments. Councilor Combs.
Yeah, I had one. I didn't see anywhere in here. I saw two things that stood out. One of them was the an entrance whereby like it sort of goes in a loop. So it goes around and there are 2 places where it touches the road. And that I believe, and I can't find the page, but I believe that it sort of said that was at the discretion of the township. And whenever there's something discretionary, I wonder, is there an appeal process if somebody feels otherwise about your discretion? So I didn't see anything about an appeal process and thought, maybe that would be a wise addition to this policy.
Go ahead, Michael.
You're definitely right. I thought those are good points. It's something that we could look into to see if there are appeal processes. Typically in these sort of policies, when staff is making a recommendation, the landowners like that recommendation, they always come to council and
appeal
and ask for some forgiveness or relief from that policy. We can certainly see if there's anything more formal of an appeal process than that, but it's something we can look into further.
Did you have a follow-up question, Councilor Combs?
No, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Mike.
Very good. Mark Earl.
Thank you. And this is just because I was reading everything in the civic address manual that outlines who makes up all signs and such. It seemed to me that this comes down to, we can ask for signs to be made up. And where I'm referring to isn't really about the entrance permit. It's about the signs that have Keppel spelled wrong. Is there any chance we could go around and get those fixed so that we actually represent our townships properly? And the first one is up at the drive-in corner. So,
Go ahead, Michael. Deputy Mayor, that's certainly something that we'll look into.
thank you.
Very good. Perfect.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for you. Just a point of clarity for council in terms of procedure. Because of Councilor McComb's suggestion about developing the appeal process, is council approving this policy as it is, or are we deferring it subject to that further information about an appeal process?
Councilor Combs?
I would like to see the appeal process. I think everything should happen.
So we want to put an amendment on the
I
floor?
would, sorry. Yeah, I'd like to amend that motion to include directing staff to come up with an appeal process and come back to us with a revision. Yeah.
Seconder for that?
Well, I agree with that. I mean, in theory, I agree with that. But I mean, how many of our other policies that we currently have an appeal mechanism built into them? Probably none of them is the answer. So where do we start? I mean, I agree that you should, but the council as a whole is the appeal process, right? Yeah, I agree with the concept, and I think it's there, but be opening a door tonight that's gonna cause all of our policies moving forward to be revisited. I don't want to throw more work on staff, but I mean, it's, yes.
That's fair.
Yeah, in most cases, if somebody doesn't like what's going on in policy, just bring it back anyway and we revamp it or look at it or change it as needed. So, yeah.
I think the clerk has a comment.
Sorry.
Clerk.
Oh. All right.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for you. I was just going to answer Councillor Winter's question about which policies we do have an appeal process. And to my knowledge, the only one that has a formal appeal process is the short-term accommodation bylaw.
So by following process here, though, Councillor McComb does have a motion on the floor. We haven't got a seconder for it yet. So we have to, do we have a seconder or is it?
Yeah, I can just as easily withdraw it. I don't feel that firmly about it. I mean, at the end of the day, if it's not something that's particularly taxing to council, then, you know, there's no real harm in it, right? And seeing one person per year come and make their case. Yeah, and I'll leave it at that, just given that we got a long agenda. I had a different comment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for you. I was also going to suggest not to count Councillor McCollum's comments, but good policy evolves over time. And if we do see that we're getting a number of appeals with this policy, we can always come back to council with a different appeal process. So if we do note that you're having a number of people approach council with those appeal requests, maybe we consider building a more formal appeal mechanism in just based on the volume.
Right. All right, so going with Councillor McComb withdrawing his amended motion, then we're back to the main motion, which we have in front of us here. And I think we're right, no further questions. I'm going to call for a vote and all those in favor. That is carried. All right, 12.1.3 COR 2026-020 water meter replacement. The next steps. Recommendation reads that council directs staff to bring forward amendments to the fees and charges bylaw to implement 1, a billing rate for water meters who have not upgraded their water based on the prior year's average monthly consumption. Number 2 is the administrative fee of $50 per month for accounts that have refused meter installation. Number 3 is a revised billing methodology for all water accounts that have not been converted to the upgraded meter based on historic actual water consumption. And 4, a policy effective January 1, 2027 requiring property owners who previously refused installation and later elected to convert to cover the full cost of the installation. And the council directs staff to issue registered letters to confirm refusal status for accounts currently identified as refusals. And the council approve the application of the administration fee beginning November 2026 for confirmed refusal accounts. I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor. Councillor Day, Councillor McComb, and Samantha Buchanan, Manager of Finance and Treasury.
Thank you, and through you. So back in September of 2025, council awarded the meter replacement to Neptune. Neptune was here during November 2025 through to about end of February, beginning of March. They are still in their warranty period. As we identify issues with meters that have been switched, they are still being the first to address those issues. There was approximately 1,000 properties who were going to be impacted from this switch. We do still have approximately 90 that remain non-compliant. Neptune had indicated that if you have a 90% compliance, you've done a good job. So we are within that. However, we do still need a way to address the remaining 90. So what staff have presented here is very similar to what Ohm Sound has also done, because we're completing a similar project. So we have tried to duplicate a bit of what they were doing to try and ensure compliance. It can be rather onerous having to go out to simply visit 90 properties, as they could be scattered throughout any one and all of the water systems, that it still could be very time consuming. Whereas when all meters are switched, We have active live information here on site that we can just download. We don't have to visit the site as frequently or as often. If there is someone who is moving, or if there is a complaint that we identify a leak, or their bill identifies a leak, we don't have to visit the site to do a data walk. We can have that information on site now, downloaded as they are on the phone with us, and set to identify which address. The township does have a water bylaw, which is bylaw 2019-54. It does mandate participation in meter replacement projects and provides authority for enforcement. It includes the disconnection of water. Staff are not recommending that we go right to disconnecting water. We do want to try and do a fee-based approach to try and encourage compliancy, but even before we do the fee, we do want to send those registered letters to know, are you actually refusing? Or maybe did you not understand the notices that had been left for you? So we do want to establish that before we even incur fees. We do also have some properties that reached out while the project was active, and they identified, hey, we're snowbirds, this is our cottage, it has been winterized. We want to participate, but unfortunately the timing is not working. So we do want to have, of those 90 properties, approximately half of them fell within that category. The other half are properties that the letters we had sent, the letters Neptune had sent, the notices that were left hanging on doors, we just haven't heard anything from those. So, open to council's comments on what they would like to see.
Nothing for that, open up on the floor for council questions. Councilor Day.
I know we heard about a mailing problem earlier today. I can confirm that the letter came in the mail and the process was easy to follow, and a very tall installer managed my half basement rather elegantly. So I think the process you laid out here is compassionate and effective and good progression of steps, and I can back it.
Comments? Any further comments? Council Winters.
If I may bring out to Samantha or any other staff member, every user of our water systems currently has a meter, correct? We have some out there that have never had a meter. I mean, if we don't have compliance now, I'm concerned that we haven't had compliance in the past, so I don't know whether that's statistics that's available or not. I do like the idea of the progressive system which you've approached here, but I also think that there should be one more step in there. And after the year of not paying and going through that, I'm sorry, there's a curb stop key coming to your property and we're turning off your service. I didn't get an election whether I could elect an Ontario Hydro smart meter or not. I didn't do it, they're turning my power off. I mean, this is a utility, this is something that users are responsible for, and we're to manage it appropriately. I think there should be progression here, we need to follow up. If you're gonna do it next year, you're gonna pay for it because you missed the window of opportunity. At the end of next year, I think there should be, according to our bylaw, the water turned off. We supply a service. They don't want to buy our service. They bring bottled water and they can do what they want to do, right? But this is my thought process.
Very good points. Sure. Any further comments to Member Carl?
Thank you. I just wonder, do we want to do an amendment to that motion then, to add that other step in?
I would put that motion
Sam nodding.
I would put that motion on the floor that, it's effective January 1st, 2028. Has the meter not been upgraded to township's current standards, the water will be shut off.
Second that.
Okay, and so we have it moved by Council Winters, seconded by the Mayor Carlton. Discussion on the amended motion.
Let's throw this out there, is January the 1st, it looks on the calendar, it looks like the right time because it's exactly 1 year after the sort of the warning, but is it, for those who are seasonal and you shut off the water to their house, are there any ramifications to the house? Not having active water on it anymore, is there any danger to ourselves or to the customer of any kind of permanent damage for shutting water off? I don't know, I'm truly asking, not rhetorical.
No, my opinion would be that a year's notice is a lot of notice that we're
There's a lot of
coming.
noise, yeah.
You've got a year to deal with it. I don't believe anywhere in our township bylaws says that we are obligated to supply water. You pay for water, we'll sell you water. But I don't think anywhere we're obligated to supply water.
I don't dispute shutting off the water. I'm just questioning when you shut off the water. Is there any, I don't know of any plumbers in here. Any possible damage, risk on January the 1st versus sometime in the summer? I don't know. Can you even get to the little shut off valve?
For you, again, not again, there would potentially be issues of being able to access the curb. It's hard to know if that is an issue or not, as that depends on what the winter operations would look like. If it is more mild, we may still be able to access that curb, but also if council does have January 1st, 2028 as their day, it could be, yes, we cannot access it at that date. It is the first date where we are able to access it, that it is then being turned off at the curb stop.
The CAO has a comment.
Well, my comment was just, I mean, I think, not to speak for Councilor Winters, but I think it's to set a deadline that is a drop dead deadline, and maybe, you know, we set the date of January 1st, and I think what you were alluding to was if the weather is such that January 1st works, that's great. If it's January 14th, then maybe it's January 14th, but at least the message is on January 1st, or very soon after that, you could expect to be without water service if you haven't become up to date. So I think it's okay to set that deadline with the expectation that it's as soon as reasonably possible after that date. We probably, if we were looking on January 1st, it wouldn't be January 1st, it would be January 2nd. And you know, maybe there's a chance that we wouldn't be able to get to everybody on that date. So it's going to be as soon as reasonably possible after that date.
Thank you. I would also suggest that this has been an ongoing process where leading up to that, there's been 2 years of ample time to get this changed. And there are advantages for having it changed. So I think there's lots of notice.
I'd like to advocate, the comment was well made through you, Madam Mayor, but you know, Samantha has done an excellent job of working with customers, and there's been lots of dialogue back and forth about, you know, I can't, or it's hard, or I'm trying, and we've really been as soft and forgiving as through the process. So.
If I may, just for clarity, but this water meter upgrade was not a cash out of pocket for any of the users. It was funded from the system. So by saying no, it's not that it was a financial risk, it's just access to the meter, correct? Which our bylaw says thou must supply access to the meter. So you missed the opportunity over 2 years. We're giving you another 5.5 months to get it done before January 1st, 2027 comes in, before it's going to cost you. We'll give you another year to work on it. After that, I mean, I think impatience is over.
Yeah, we'll always push the envelope as far as they can, right? Yeah, we got to put a stop on it. All right, so we do have the amended motion on the, oh, hey, Carly.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you. I just wanted to confirm, I've drafted a little bit of the amendment here, but want to make sure that it captures the intent. So I've amended point 2 to say that an administrative fee of $50 per month for accounts that have refused water meter installation up until January 1st, 2028, when all properties must comply, and that properties that have not connected by January 1st, 2028 will have service terminated in accordance with bylaw 2019-054.
That's good. Yep. We were in second, or good with that? All right, so on the amended motion, then, I'm going to call all those in favor. That is carried, and back to the main motion. I'm going to call the vote on the main motion. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. All right, 12.1.4 CAO 2026-04 Shoreline Road Allowance Study Update. And the recommendation reads that the report CAO 2026-04 be received for information. I need to move and second, put on the floor. Councilor Winters, Councilor Coburn, and Ryan Thompson, CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to staff and council. This has been a lot. I appreciate everyone sticking this out. We have some agendas that are going to have a lot of material in the next few meetings before we're potentially lame duck. And I know it's a lot of extra work. So I'm delivering this report, but a lot of work, a lot of credit for the background work here goes to Mr. Benner. He's done a lot of the planning and helped out with a lot of the expertise for this. Through you, Mr. Chair, this report provides council with an update on the Township Shore Road Allowance study and the work underway to clarify the legal interest in shoreline road allowance lands, particularly along the Georgian Bay coastline. The purpose of this work is to ensure council has a clear understanding of where the shore road allowance exists, where the township appears to have retained ownership, and what legal ramifications and treaty-related considerations need to be addressed before we can work towards approval of a policy. Council recall this review became relevant following the resolution of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation land claim. Based on the Court of Appeal decision, traveled roads, road allowances, and shoreline road allowances within the township are no longer subject to the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation ownership claim. And in practical terms, that has provided some clarity for much of the former couple area and has allowed the township to move forward with a more detailed review of the shore road allowance holdings. So this report reminds us that the shore road allowances, like other road allowances, are legal highways unless they've been formally stopped up and closed by bylaw. Over many decades, there are portions of the shore road allowance that have been sold or deeded or otherwise transferred to private interests in different ways, and that's created what is a bit of a patchwork of ownership along the shoreline. Some portions still in municipal ownerships and others appearing to be in private lands. So you have the map accompanying the report, and heard some comments about, the difficulty in pinpointing some of the different properties. The purpose for the map was just to give council an idea of what we're looking at in terms of municipal ownership. So it's really not intended to be a pinpoint description of each property. We have that as part of the completed work done by the study, but that was just intended to give a bit of an idea of what the municipal shore allowance holdings are at this point. So in order to support future policy development, council approved a 3-phase study of the shore road allowance in the 2024 budget process. Phases 1 and 2 have now been completed, and that works involved reviewing the Crown Patent and survey information, identifying where the shoreline road allowance exists in an uninterrupted form, and preparing the detailed pin-based mapping that I was talking about. Phase 3 remains underway. It is the most legally detailed part of the review, and it focuses on historic land transactions, whether those transactions fully transferred ownership, and whether the township may still retain some continuing legal interest. So at this point, the findings indicate that much of the shore road allowance remains under municipal ownership, as you can see in the map that you have. Approximately 280 shoreline segments have been transferred to private interests, and of those, approximately 85 involve some complex history that are required in this phase 3 legal review. And that's really required before we can get some firm policy recommendations and look at some real solid plans for what to do with this land. The report also identifies some distinction between Treaty 72 and Treaty 82 lands. So the shore road allowance within the former Keppel Township, Treaty 72 land claim provided great degree of clarity, and although that appears to be resolved, legal counsel is still reviewing if any future sale or disposal of that land might have any implications. For the shore road allowance lands within the former Sarawak Township, which falls under Treaty 82, they're not included in the land claim, and we're relying on this final phase 3 legal research to determine the municipal and indigenous rights along the shoreline. I'm gonna say that, as it says in the report, staff expects further legal opinion on those matters in the coming weeks. I say that, and I admire council's patience in this. This has been a difficult process. We've been asking about when to expect the phase 3 opinion, legal opinion, since I started. So that was in the fall, and we just keep having dates elapse. So we thought, after Christmas, then February, then March, and on it goes. So, we've been given some solid dates that have passed. The most recent communication we had was this week to say the expectation is within a couple of weeks. So I share that information with you without any edit. We're looking for this. It's the piece that we need to continue our work and look at to bring to you something that will help us make some good decisions. And so, from a financial perspective, project was initially budgeted at $100,000 in 2024. It was funded from the working capital reserve. And you do see in your report there our complete costs incurred to date are $152,191.76. Staff recommends that we continue to fund from the working capital reserve, but I appreciate the fact that we have run over budget here and we're not receiving the last deliverable. I don't want council to think that this is taken lightly or without appreciating the impact of the overage, and that these are real dollars. So, in summary, this is an information report because I'm not able to give you much until we have a better recommendations until we receive the part 3. I think the township has a much better mapping and ownership clarity than we did at the outset of the work. We have the specific in details, which will really help us, but we really need that legal opinion and some treaty related information before we can move forward with a clear and defensible policy framework respecting the use, retention or potential sale of the shore road allowance lands. I can commit to as soon as we get this, you will see me back before you with the information to move forward. Happy to take any questions, comments.
Thanks, CEO Thompson, for that. Councillor Day.
I have several. I'll hold to one for right now and make sure everyone has a chance to ask. Treaty 72 and 82 are discussed in this report. Treaty 93 is also part of our governs part of our shoreline. So the exclusion of that treaty from this report feels to me, and if it's not being considered for some reason, I feel like that should be part of the report as well. I don't know if you're able to provide a comment, CAO, through the mayor.
I don't have any comment on that. I'll take that away and come back to you with that.
Treaty 93 was the Kalpoi Reserve. So did it include shoreline in that one? Yeah, and is that perhaps why it's not in there? It would be a question worth having answered to find out, but it was the Kalpoi Reserve. Or the Occident, yeah.
I have looked at the map recently just to confirm the question before I asked it.
Okay.
It is the treaty which governs my home and the surrounding area, so it's one that I feel relatively familiar with, but of course I'm not a treaty expert, so I don't know exactly how far down toward the shoreline it goes.
Yeah.
So I don't have a good answer for you at this time. This is the first reference I've heard to that treaty. So in all the materials, I don't know that it hasn't been referenced to my knowledge. I will come back to you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Colburn.
Thank you. I also have a number of questions forwarded to me by a number of residents. And like Councillor Day, I can break those up to give other folks a chance to speak as well. a few comments about the fuzziness of the maps and them being difficult for people to zoom in on to look at their own properties. But I think CAO has given us a response to that in that we will have more specific mapping down the road. It's just not been released yet. So I think I understand that one. A question about, just further to Councillor Day's comments, will we be expecting more delays in regards to the other First Nations treaties, or is that out of the way now? How will that impact the timing?
Yeah. Sorry, do you mean when will that treaty? I don't have any information about when Treaty 82 would be concluded, and I don't have any information at all about Treaty 93. So I'm not sure, I maybe don't totally understand the question.
I'm not sure I understand the question either, but
Yeah.
folks seem to be interpreting it as though we're still waiting for decisions, or there could be potential future land claims that we might have to deal with.
I think that's, I try, so I'll try again. I think what we are, in our legal opinion, what we're asking them to do is give us a legal opinion about what the potential implications may be from Treaty 82. I don't know if, I don't think there's any land claim as a result in Treaty 82, but I think it is about exposure to what the potential might be in the future. So I don't know if that answers your question or not.
I think it's as good as the question can likely be answered at this point in time, so I appreciate that. May I go ahead and ask us a second question?
Yep, go ahead.
Residents are looking at the map that have been provided now, and a couple are asking, is now the time for them to go ahead and submit proposals to purchase the shore road allowance that abuts their property? I suspect the answer is no, because we're still looking at completing phase 3 and some policy development, but I did say I would ask the question.
Yeah, I think it's premature. I think council will want to wait for the legal opinion about the properties and then develop a policy and a decision what land to retain and potentially what land to sell.
Back, Councillor Day.
It feels appropriate to tie this question to that last comment. When we're talking about which land to retain possibly and which land to sell possibly, are there other considerations that will go into that policy creation as well? Two things come to mind at the moment, and I'm sure there's probably others as well. One is orphan properties, which have happened in some townships where people have lost access to and maybe currently unused but landlocked a property that would no longer have a road going in if the shoreline allowance is sold. And the other one is broader. It's looking at, it's like a shoreline is so valuable to humans. Many of us love it. It's very clear from today's meeting that many of us love it. And the reasons why we love it sometimes are very tied to nature as well. So I promise I'll be brief. As a brief example, loons are fairly universally loved as a soundtrack of summer and the call of Canadian wild. And they require land very close to the water to nest. And they're very susceptible to wake from boats, and they're very susceptible to land use changes along the shoreline. Anecdotally speaking, no concrete scientific evidence here, but going back decades from some of the people who fish in the Oxenden area, they've talked about how they've noticed a decrease in loons in Colquhoun Bay. So it's loons, it's fish, it's kingfishers which nest in the bluffs. There's many species that rely on that riparian zone as well, where land meets water. So I wonder if there's, like Haliburton, for example, has a strong shoreline preservation bylaw that was implemented around presumably the time they figured out what they were doing with their shoreline. So I personally feel like if we're considering selling land, we should also be considering a possible bylaw for what we should be doing with that land. Similar to our STRA system, Haliburton has a process through which residents can communicate quickly regarding shoreline use and infractions to that bylaw. So there's possibilities out there, and I don't know what the best possibilities are for Georgian Bluffs, but I just don't want to see us only consider selling and buying and not considering some of the other factors around people and access and nature as we go through this process.
Comments? No, I think there's us as being stewards of the land, we'll probably take all that into consideration when the time comes, and yeah, we want to make sure we do the right thing for sure. So, Councillor Colburn, did you have another question?
Excuse me. Yes, I just have one more. Thank you, Chair Pringle. And through you to our CAO. Question has been asked, now that we know that there are certain areas that are privately owned along the shoreline, do you anticipate handling trespass differently now as people are potentially gaining access to the publicly owned shore road allowance over private lands based on some of the mapping that folks are seeing?
So I think, so is the question, do we anticipate dealing with reports of people trespassing on private land?
Is looking for clarity on that.
Oh, sorry. I see you looking to the side, but I realize now you're looking at me.
What's a better way to
I was wondering who you were looking at. Yeah, the question is just simply, do you anticipate any changes to our bylaws based on accessing the shore road allowance over private property now that the mapping, let's call it loosely identifiable areas, have been released to the public, or is it status quo for now?
So I'm trying to wrap my head around this without being trite. I don't think we would respond to people trespassing on private property. I think that would be a different authority than us. So I'm imagining that what you're saying is somebody who currently owns the shoreline road allowance would experience somebody trespassing on their property.
Right, in order to gain access to the areas that are publicly owned. So I agree with you that trespass is a police issue. It's probably not a bylaw issue, but I'm just asking the questions as they came forward to me.
Yeah, fair enough. I think probably we will experience calls from people to say, you know, I experience people on my property or trespassing on my property to access your road allowance, and I don't think we're the authority to enforce that, but it's a fair question. The shoreline road allowance or the properties held by us are public, but we don't authorize people to trespass in order to get to that property, unlike any other, really.
Thank you. And I think the most important thing, I think, for folks to know, and they may not necessarily realize until they've perhaps heard this tonight, is that we're still gathering information. There's still reports to come forward. Perhaps with recommendations. There'll be, I hope, a robust public engagement activity, And all of this is going to take some time, and I may be wrong, but I certainly don't anticipate all of that being completed before next term of council.
No, I agree, and I think, I mean, I don't want my comments to sound trite, because that's not my intention, but I think we do experience that there are places where we own a block that is broad and is easy to define. There are other areas that are more patchwork. And so I think that will be something for council to consider once we have more information, to say, is it appropriate to stop up and close some areas because of the patchwork and because of the obvious likelihood that people would be trespassing in order to access little chunks that are, you know, we might experience little chunks of publicly owned land that you are forced to trespass in order to access. So I think, you know, as we get more information, I think you hit the nail on the head. It will help us, it'll inform clearer policies that people will understand.
I can
Councillor,
give you, Councillor McCollum a chance if you would like, I feel.
Sure.
I think I saw your hand
A
there.
little bit, yeah. Mine's really simple. How much? So it's $150,000. It's 3 years in the making, and obviously it's kind of one of those things where we're this far in, so it's not something that anybody around here is going to want to stop. But at the same time, to be somewhat fiscally responsible, we've just hit phase 3, which by your own words is the most intensive, legally intensive and research intensive phases. How bad is the damage here? Is this the right place to be taking it from?
I'll be really frank with you, because I anticipated that I would be bringing this report forward in February, and then in March, and then in April, and then in May. And I thought each time, okay, so we've got the last invoice, and now we've got the last invoice. And so I feel like I don't have a good answer for you today, but I intend to have a really good answer for you, because like you, I'm concerned about how this just feels like it just is getting away from us, and we feel, I'm assuming you feel, I feel a bit powerless in bringing this to a close, because it's hard to abandon this work now, but I also don't want this tap to just keep running. You know, I'll be really honest, so I haven't seen Treaty 93 in any of the documentation in 2 years. So if there are implications from that, we ought to consider that. And so that would have a price tag as well.
Councillor Day?
When we get the information, I just wanted to lend support to the idea of public engagement. I think this is an issue that concerns many. And I also am happy to hear that there's not one solution for all, there's likely not one solution for all parcels along the shoreline. Just wanted to clarify, and this will tie to cost as well as conservation and clarity around land use. The inland lakes are briefly mentioned in here, but not elaborated on, and that would that become a part 4, or are they part of any of the work already completed or coming?
My recommendation is going to be that we bring this phase to a close, and then a further budget request will have to come before council to say, do we want to embark on another iteration of this and deal with our inland shoreline?
That's all.
Any further questions? Just, I know you've been waiting since you said like February, every month, you're hoping. But we're not, like, I guess I'm trying to get at is, when do we hold them accountable for us paying and not getting in and out of it? When do we say we're not going to pay anymore until we get the report? Like, it seems like we're paying and we're not getting what we want.
I'll be frank with you, we haven't paid. So I thought that might work, and it hasn't worked so far.
Okay, so, all right.
What you see is the amount invoiced so far, it's not the amount paid so far.
Okay. So,
I intend to follow up
Sweet. Okay. I'll just leave that alone.
Yeah, it's a very good question, yeah.
Well, it just, it's one of those things where it almost seems like you're just bleeding on it, right? And we just can't keep bleeding, so.
That's how it feels.
Yeah, that's how it feels, no doubt. So, all right, Councilor McComb.
Yeah, just one last statement. So this is the kind of thing though that we could look at offsetting by selling some of these properties back to these, landowners who it crosses their property on the way down to their dock. Like, it would be nice, it's a comment because it's for a future council anyways, but it would be nice to see some sort of recovery out of this, right? Like, this was a worthy endeavor. I don't want to question that, but it's gone way over. But surely at a number, let's say the number even ends up at about 200,000, one would think that with this number of pieces, that we could offset some of that by making it right, which is probably giving those landowners the option to obtain those things themselves. So anyway, I would certainly be in support in the future of trying to offset this number by divesting of some of those pieces.
For sure, been a long process. All right, any further questions? Not seeing anything, I'm gonna call the vote. All those in favor? That is carried. All right, updates from members appointed to county council, committees, and local boards. Do any members have any updates? Mayor Carlton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I'll try to be fairly brief here. The Going Green and Gray that I commented 2 weeks ago had been deferred. The recommendation was to bring back two options for council to consider during budget considerations this fall. And that will be to continue with full plan or proceed with the modified approach. And 2026 is continuing with the modified approach. County Council on June 11th voted to direct staff to prepare an updated nuisance beaver compensation bylaw, as well as an updated coyote wolf predation bylaw, and that the county's fees and services bylaw 5090-20 be updated to reflect the current compensation rates of Bruce County, to pay at the same rates. I think $45 and $100 is what Bruce is paying, and that those rates then be indexed to inflation for the beaver, coyote, or wolf. The hybrid planning services model was discussed, and a report will be sent to all of the lower tiers who had indicated interest in participating when the original proposal was presented. So Georgian Bluffs will have the opportunity to look at the revised plan and determine how or if this will fit our needs and what next steps would be. And this coming Sunday, June 21st, Georgian Bluffs will hold the longest day of play at Shallow Lake Community Center from 12 to 4. Events will include the first ever longest day of play road hockey tournament. There's information about sign up on the township website at www.georgianbluffs.ca. And I'll note that there's 2 divisions for that road hockey tournament. There's other games and inflatables, face painting, craft table, refreshments, and Inter-Township Fire Department will be on hand where everyone can meet the firefighters and shoot a fire hose. So we invite everybody to come out for a fun-filled afternoon.
Thanks for that update. Any further updates, Mylan? All right, I am not seeing any, so my recommendation is that the committee of the whole meeting be adjourned and the council be resumed at 8:50 p.m. I need a mover and a seconder. Councilor McComb, Councilor Winters, discussion, call the vote, all those in favor. That is carried. We're back to council.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. We are on to bylaws. So there are no zoning bylaws this time, and other bylaws, we have the 2026 tax rates. The recommendation is that bylaw 2026-038, being a bylaw to establish and levy tax rates for the Township of Georgian Bluffs purposes, confirm the County of Gray and school board rates for the year 2026, provide for penalty and interest in default of payment thereof, and establish alternative installments and due dates, be read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Winters, Councillor Coburn, any discussion? Call the vote, all in favor. That is carried. We have no unfinished business and new business. I will turn over to Councillor Kathy Moore Coburn for her notice of motion. And I will let you read your motion.
I really prefer not to read it if I didn't have to, given the quality of my voice right now. I'm sounding a bit like RFK Jr. From the States, which is not a good thing. I wonder if the clerk would mind reading that for me, and then I can
No
speak to
problem
it.
reading it, Councillor Coburn. Just often when people have made a notice of motion, they want to be able to read that motion themselves. So I will proceed with reading it. Whereas the township has established or appointed representatives of council, the various committees, boards, and membership alliances, coalitions, and working groups. And whereas the public value and community impact of participation on committees, boards, and membership alliances, coalitions, and working groups should be routinely evaluated as a good governance principle. And whereas in the absence of a prior evaluation being completed, council deems it necessary and expedient to review its participation in advance of the next council term. And whereas the review of established bodies and council participation is beneficial prior to the end of the council term by appointed members with knowledge of the functions and mandates of each body. Now therefore be resolved that council hereby directs staff to prepare a report outlining: number one, all active committees and boards administered by the township. 2, all active memberships to alliances, coalitions, and external committees and working groups. 3, the number of appointed representatives appointed. 4, the cost of participation, i.e. attendance, expenses, and membership fees. 5, efficiency and resource uses. 6, mandates and any duplication or jurisdictional alignment considerations. And that through consideration of the report, council conducts a review based on value of participation to the community that considers whether participation adds visible value to residents, addresses real community needs, contributes to tangible service improvements, or advances the priorities of the municipality. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Coburn, Councillor McComb. Is there any discussion here? Any comments? Councillor Coburn, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. When I first came on council 7.5 years ago, I was given a list of the committees and alliances and task forces, and we were asked to select the ones that we wanted to participate on. It really felt like we were a deer in the headlights for new council members. And without any knowledge of the mandate and the purpose of these groups and committees, it was really hard to, voice any opinion at all. You just sort of went along and participated and joined the committees. I think it's important for us to demonstrate to the public that we're accountable to, that the committees and task forces and working groups that we're committing to are worthwhile, and that they can see some meaningful impact in Georgian Bluffs communities. And we've never done that to my knowledge, or at least not in my tenure, and I think it's probably overdue. And lastly, I just wanted to thank Carly, our clerk, for the wording of this motion. I ran out of steam and she went ahead and crafted it for me, and I just really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McComb, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for bringing this forward, Councillor Coburn. I think this makes a ton of sense. It's not just good governance, it's philosophically, it's the best use of people's time, and we've only got so much of that. I do wonder, there are various committees in which we have more than one person, and I'm not sure if that is designated, if that's set out by the committee, or if that's something that we can decide on how we want to participate on the committee. But I do feel from anecdotal evidence and talking to some of my fellow councillors that it doesn't always make sense that there are two people sitting on those committees. So there's a cost to our township, there's a personal cost to our councillors. And then again, what are the benefits? I think this is really wise to take a look at this and definitely helpful to do before the next session of council. So thank you for bringing this forward. I'm in complete agreement.
To the rest of council for other comments. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, it's a great motion to bring forward, and yeah, it is good for us to look at these things and see where we can tweak the systems in different areas. And I know we've got a couple of boards that are, the Conservation Authority is going to be changing, and we got, who knows where Inner Township may end up down the road and need to buy digest. There's a lot of things that could change over time here. So to revisit and look at them is a great thing to do, and make the changes, as long as we don't forget that a lot of these were established a long time ago and they've been working too. So this, I'm sure we'll be very careful in making decisions on it, but it's good to bring it forward.
Thank you. And I don't disagree with the idea of looking at it. I think it is a good thing. I'm maybe going to throw a little different angle in it, that where we're looking at the existing committees, are there areas where we should be that we're not? And three that come to my mind that we've been invited to be included and should look at the value of being there. One would be TAPMO, which is the top aggregate producing municipalities of Ontario. Should we be represented there because of the aggregate industry within Georgian Bluffs? The other is Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative because of our coastline. Should we be involved in that one? And we've been invited onto the Poverty Task Force. So is there value there in that we would be representing our residents? So I think not only should we look at the ones we're currently sitting on, we should possibly be looking at some of the others that we're not involved with, and should we? So, Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, thank you. Those are some good comments too. I think we need to commit to being very objective. And it's very difficult to do this sometimes because we sit on committees, we get to know the people we sit there with, we become friends with them. And it is hard to be objective after a while, but we owe that to our constituents to make sure that we're spending our time and their money in the right ways. So I think if we commit to using a set of criteria, for example, is it something that should be dealt with at the county level? I'm thinking of the Poverty Task Force one, that seems to me to be more of a county level commitment, but also where is there duplication? So if we have a county representative already at that table, are we just duplicating efforts by us being another body at that table? So I hope if we do it, we commit to being objective and selecting the most meaningful participation going forward.
If there are no other comments, I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And I just move straight to adjournment on this script. I'm assuming we're going to close session.
Notice of motion.
Sorry, I have to switch over to my laptop. So, yes, the next item is notice of motion or notice of discussion. Does anyone have Councillor Day?
I would like to make a notice of motion for possible opposition to the Buy Ontario, or possible recommendations for change or further direction from the government about the Buy Ontario policy.
Thank you. Are there any other notices of motion? Okay, seeing none, council will now go into closed session to discuss advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, open meeting exemption F of section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, property matter. So I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Day, Deputy Mayor Pringle, all in favor. Sorry, the clerk is waving her hand at me.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to clarify the authorized staff. It has excluded the chief building official as well as legal counsel. So there will be 2 additional bodies present in closed session. So that needs to be reflected in the motion to authorize closed session.
Okay, so you're adding 2 people? Okay. To the list that I don't have. So if you have it there, would you read out what that list is?
Through you, Mayor Carlson, the recommendation was that Council of the Townships of Georgian Bluffs move into closed session at 9:05 potentially p.m. in the Sarawak room with the Chief Administrative Officer, Manager of Legislative Services / Clerk, Director of Development and Infrastructure, chief building official, and legal counsel remaining in the room to discuss 17.1, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Thank you. Okay, so we have already moved and seconded and called the vote. So we're in closed session now.
Georgian Bluff has a lot of activities to do. It's really nature driven, and it's like the community is very nice, very friendly. And a lot of the locals come here every single day and they think of it as their therapy.
We're the Farouk family. We started farm on the lake, and the community, everybody around it, the support structure, the township has actually made us to who we are today. And now that we have this set up, this whole operation is well received by the community. People drive down from far, far away to do camping, glamping with us.
A lot of people come from far away to see the goats, and they're really amazed. Sometimes we feed the babies in front of them.
When we think about Georgian Bluffs, it's really the Reiki forest bathing that comes to my mind. I'm a Reiki master teacher, and we were looking to bring our people for a retreat, and this property just popped up, and we realized that behind it's a beautiful forest. Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing.
If you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water, if you're into water sports or sailing. And of course, pickleball is growing fast and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do.
What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists.
The trails and so many great things to do, and lots of business opportunity here, and tourism as well to support our business.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Another thing too that I noticed from living through here is all the small communities throughout Georgian Bluffs. They're very unique, and they might be very small, but we're very big with heart. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
The township of Georgian Bluffs as a municipality is proud to serve its residents, whether it be looking after infrastructure, looking after our roads, grading our gravel roads, looking after our parks, our trails, our community centres, our ice arena, or providing the services that residents rely on every single day when they come to our township offices. I'm proud to lead a team which is here serving the residents of Georgian Bluffs every single day.
What we'd like to see Georgian Bluffs going forward is really, more people coming to experience this beautiful energy, this relaxed energy, because over here in Georgian Bluffs, I can hear the wind, I can hear the trees talking. It's just amazing, really relaxing.
Welcoming more people, yet with the same foundation and principles of community, of respect, and of morals.
It would be great for Georgian Bluffs to continue to support, nature and the beauty that we have here, and to keep our area clean and beautiful.
I hope to see more local businesses, more sustainable living, and more families just moving up here and living and prospering off their land and their property.
For me and my family, Georgian Bluffs means being close to nature. Having the escarpment to hike and the water of Georgian Bay at our doorstep is something that draws us to being part of this community. The family-friendly neighbourhoods, the fact I can connect with my neighbours and see them on the street and say hello, and I know the people I'm seeing each day, is something which for me is something I treasure and my family treasures about being in Georgian Bluffs.
We are Dirk and Alma DeVries, and we are coming to you from Dual Acres. This is a beautiful property in Georgian Bluffs that we own, and we run horse-drawn sleigh and carriage rides from.
So today we're going to have Dan and Juliet. Dan's a 12-year-old gelding, and Juliet's a 12-year-old mare. Come on, Dan. When people come here, we invite them to come to our shack, and they will go in there and they can get ready to go, get dressed, whatever they need to do, and stay warm till the ride event starts. And then we bring the horses out of this sleigh shed here, and they get on, and we take them roughly for a 40-minute ride, all through hardwood and softwood bush. So the whole experience is in woods. We return here, we drop them off here. They can go in, and there's a big wood stove in there. They warm up, and if they so desire, they can also have hot chocolate. We build all our own sleighs, and there's a reason for that. Is sleighs in Ontario came with a width, a stance with a runner width of 3 feet, and that was designed to work in the bush and whatnot. But a 3-foot stance is very tippy when you get people. People are like hauling water. There's always a second motion. And that second motion is the motion that'll tip the sleighs. So I rebuild all the sleighs to a 4-foot wide stance. And that's very stable. There's no, you cannot tip them. Our sleighs are also adaptable to handle wheelchairs, which we discovered early this. You know, there was that need there that people with disabilities need that we needed to provide.
We've done lots of charity work. We did Santa sleigh ride here on the farm. That actually helped really for people to be aware that we were here. But we always have a passion, especially for children with special needs. That was one way that we were able to give back to the community. Every year we host a ride here for the GRACE program, which is the Riding Association for Challenged Equestrians.
Horses and dog sleds are exactly the same. If you want the horse or the dogs to go right, you say gee. If you want them to go left, you say haw. I've done thousands of rides and I never get tired of it because it's the horses that are the enjoyment. And the people are, you know, we have people from all over, and there's so many different stories and so many good people out there that you meet.
I hope that when people come to our farm here and enjoy our wagon ride through the bush, that they enjoy the bush, the beauty of nature here, and just go away feeling relaxed and rejuvenated.
The Welcome Package is a tool that was developed by GB LIP's subcommittee community. It was a tool that was supposed to be used for municipalities to share information with new residents, specifically immigrants coming to their communities, in a consistent way across Grey and Bruce counties. And what's great about it is the package was actually translated into multiple different languages.
As my own personal lived experience as an immigrant, not everything was accessible to me with the click of my hand. But the Welcome Package, if you look up the municipality website, all the information that you need about the schools, about the local hospitals, about the local grocery stores, about the settlement service provider in your area. So I think it's a one-stop shop for all your settlement needs.
Georgian Bluff has a lot of activities to do. It's really nature driven, and it's like the community is very nice, very friendly.
We started Farm on the Lake, and the community, everybody around it, the support structure, the township has actually made us to who we are today.
Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing. I can hear the wind. I can hear the bees talking. It's just amazing, really relaxing.
If you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water, if you're into water sports or sailing. Of course, pickleball is growing fast and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do.
What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
It would be great for Georgian Bluffs to continue to support, nature and the beauty that we have here, and to keep our area clean and beautiful.
For me and my family, Georgian Bluffs means being close to nature. Having the escarpment to hike and the water of Georgian Bay at our doorstep is something that draws us to being part of this community. The family-friendly neighbourhoods, the fact I can connect with my neighbours and see them on the street and say hello, and I know the people I'm seeing each day, is something which for me is something I treasure and my family treasures about being in Georgian Bluffs.
Georgian Bluff has a lot of activities to do. It's really nature driven, and it's like the community is very nice, very friendly. And a lot of the locals come here every single day and they think of it as their therapy.
We're the Farouk family. We started farm on the lake, and the community, everybody around it, the support structure, the township has actually made us to who we are today. And now that we have this set up, this whole operation is well received by the community. People drive down from far, far away to do camping, glamping with us.
A lot of people come from far away to see the goats, and they're really amazed. Sometimes we feed the babies in front of them.
When we think about Georgian Bluffs, it's really the Reiki forest bathing that comes to my mind. I'm a Reiki master teacher, and we were looking to bring our people for a retreat, and this property just popped up, and we realized that behind it's a beautiful forest. Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing.
If you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water, if you're into water sports or sailing. And of course, pickleball is growing fast and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do.
What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists.
The trails and so many great things to do, and lots of business opportunity here, and tourism as well to support our business.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Another thing too that I noticed from living through here is all the small communities throughout Georgian Bluffs. They're very unique, and they might be very small, but we're very big with heart. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
The township of Georgian Bluffs as a municipality is proud to serve its residents, whether it be looking after infrastructure, looking after our roads, grading our gravel roads, looking after our parks, our trails, our community centres, our ice arena, or providing the services that residents rely on every single day when they come to our township offices. I'm proud to lead a team which is here serving the residents of Georgian Bluffs every single day.
what we'd like to see Georgian Bluffs going forward is really, more people coming to experience this beautiful energy, this relaxed energy, because over here in Georgian Bluffs, I can hear the wind, I can hear the trees talking. It's just amazing, really relaxing.
Welcoming more people, yet with the same foundation and principles of community, of respect, and of morals.
It would be great for Georgian Bluffs to continue to support, nature and the beauty that we have here, and to keep our area clean and beautiful.
I hope to see more local businesses, more sustainable living, and more families just moving up here and living and prospering off their land and their property.
For me and my family, Georgian Bluffs means being close to nature. Having the escarpment to hike and the water of Georgian Bay at our doorstep is something that draws us to being part of this community. The family-friendly neighborhoods, the fact I can connect with my neighbors and see them on the street and say hello, and I know the people I'm seeing each day, is something which for me is something I treasure and my family treasures about being in Georgian Bluffs.
Yeah.
Okay, we are back in open session, and council went into closed session under open meeting exemption F of section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001. As a result of closed session discussions, council received legal advice for information and no further action was taken. The next recommendation for confirming bylaw is that bylaw number 2026-039, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on June 17th, 2026, be read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor Winters. There's nothing to discuss on this one. All in favor. That is carried. And date of next regular meeting is August. No, it's July. It's not August 15th. What's the date in July?
15th.
July 15th at 5 p.m. If there's no further business, I will now call for adjournment of this meeting. Recommendation that the meeting be adjourned at 9:31 p.m. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Day, Councillor Coburn, all in favor. That is carried. Thank you, everyone.